What's going on, everybody?
Hi, man. Welcome to Media Day. Obviously, bit of homecoming.
What's up?
How are we feeling this fight week?
I feel absolutely amazing, man. There's obviously like a lot of crossover between this fight week and previous fight weeks, but it stands out as a very different fight week in a couple obvious ways. Like, I live down the street, or my parents live down the street, 40 minutes away. So I'm staying at my parents' house pretty much all fight week and driving in the mornings and, having dinner and coffee at my parents' house and getting to do our nightly workouts at one of my home gyms, the Grappling Garden in Hamilton. I've got all my coaches with me. They're sleeping in their own beds, and it's you get that feeling of walking into the hotel where you like get engaged and you feel the switch kind of turn on, where there's like 20 high-level cage fighters staying in the same hotel, and it's a little bit tense. You walk into a little bit of the Lion's Den, and there's a bit of that like, okay, are people going to be cool? Are people going to, are we going to get in each other's faces? There's like a little bit of that tension, and something big's about to happen on Saturday, but I get to feel that and feel the energy and then shut it off and go home and reset for the next day. It's a really nice feeling.
Yeah, is there something a little bit surreal about that, walking into a room full of killers, knowing you're going to go out there in front of an arena of screaming fans and then going home to mum and dad's right after?
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. I mean, I'm sure the fight will be done so late on Saturday night that I'll probably stay at the hotel Saturday night, but the work will be done by then, man. I'll have my 11th win and my 11th stoppage by then.
Nice. And you were fighting Neil Magny, right?
Yes.
Big name. He's this guy that I think everyone in the sport sort of respects and recognizes as a tough test, Do you look at him as that, and do you think, hey, this is the perfect guy at this point in my career to just prove that I'm not just another guy to make up the middle of the ranks, but I'm here and I'm coming for the top?
I think it's the most juice for the squeeze in the division. I kind of compare it to my debut where I fought Mickey Gall. So, like, you're making your debut in the UFC, you're normally fighting like another Contender Series guy or an Ultimate Fighter winner or something, someone who's probably not super well known. Instead, I'm getting the most well-known guy for the position I'm in, fighting a guy who's got more experience in the UFC, but everyone seems to know him. He's established in the division. He's hard to put away. He's tough and durable, but I've made a career of finishing tough, durable guys, right? Like, you look at my last 5 fights, all at welterweight, I beat all 5 of those men in ways that they've never lost before, 2 of whom were undefeated. I beat them and submitted them, was the first man to beat them, stop them, and submit them. Mickey Gall, I was the first guy to knock out on the feet. Johan Lainesse, I was the first guy to submit, and Adam Fugit, I was the first guy to submit. So I've fought tough guys my whole career, and I've made a career out of doing things to people that they think can't be done to them.
Is there even an extra sort of motivation to do that? Because his last fight, right, he was beaten, but he was never put away. And if you do that, go out and put away, it's just like, hey, look how tough he was last time, and I still managed to do that.
That doesn't really matter to me, man. His previous performances or really who I'm fighting isn't significant to me. I see number 13. That's what I see. I see an opportunity for me to beat this guy, stop this guy, and get a number beside my name. And once I've got that number beside my name, I'm on the ladder and I can start my climb.
One quick one right here. I was speaking with Andre Fili earlier this week, and
my boy.
He said that you might be the best fighter he's ever trained with. So I'm curious, what do you make of comments like that from your training partners, and what do you think separates you from, because Alpha Male and all those guys they train with, just over the years, killers have come through there.
It means a lot to me to hear that, especially from a guy who I really respect. Like, he's been in the UFC for a decade now, right? He's got 20 fights in the UFC. He's someone I've looked up to for a long time. He's got a ton of experience. I've been able to share his training camps with him and corner him in fights, and he got to corner me in one of my fights. So we've been through a lot together. So to hear a compliment like that from him, I know he wouldn't just say something like, he's not the kind of guy who's just going to throw out compliments for no reason. Like, it means a lot to hear that from him. And all my Alpha Male brothers, I miss those guys. I love those guys. Like, I'm in a new chapter in my life where I'm living and training back home in Canada, and it's something that I'd been wanting for years. Like, I'd been homesick the whole time I was living in California. I loved my time in Sacramento and with Alpha Male, and I hope to go down and see those guys again soon. But I'm happy to be back in Canada, but I miss all those guys. They're a room full of killers, and the experiences I got from that room and from training with those guys and from traveling the world, cornering and coaching and fighting with those guys, is like memories I'll carry on for the rest of my life.
Mike, Neil Davidson from the Canadian Press.
It's good to finally see your face, man. I talked to you on the phone like 8 times, dude.
When you were in Vancouver, you capped off a 6-0 sweep by Canadians. As you know, there are a lot of Canadians on this card. What do you think fans are going to see from the Canadian content? How would you rate the Canadian mixed martial arts scene today?
I mean, 6-0 in June speaks for itself, right? Like, we put on an unbelievable performance last time. If we've done it before, we can do it again. I really like the way the contenders are looking right now. It seems like there's a lot of momentum and energy and buzz in the Canadian MMA scene where we're really starting to believe in ourselves again, kind of similar to how we were when George was on top, right? That inspired that next wave this wave of kids, right? Like I was, I had a George St. Pierre poster on my wall when I was in high school, right? Like I idolized this man. And so we're seeing now finally like kind of this wave that he influenced. And I think the tide is starting to rise for all of Canadian mixed martial arts. You see it like high tide rises all ships, right? Like I can really see all of us making a great run in this sport.
Mike, right here, down to your right. You talk about kids being inspired and then you having this short drive down the highway to Toronto. Growing up as Canadians, a lot of us dream of playing at the Gardens or the ACC. Is this kind of the MMA equivalent for you of finally being able to fight in Toronto?
100%, man. So, like you said, we're fighting at Scotiabank, but everybody knows this is the ACC, right, man? Like, I've said it a couple times this week, like the best day of every year when I was a kid was the day that, my dad would come home from work and be like, all right, put the books down. I got tickets from work to go see the Leafs play tonight, like you and I are going, and go into that arena and just seeing these like men who seemed like superheroes to me as a kid, just skating unbelievably quickly, hitting each other like we're super physical, fighting on the ice. Like seeing that in person is completely different than watching it on TV. And it's similar with fighting. So to get to represent my country and fight in my country in like this stadium, because this is the stadium to me. There's like a lot of great stadiums in the world. There's Madison Square Garden, O2 Arena, Staples Center, whatever. But like the stadium to me is Scotiabank Arena, ACC. Like this is our home. So getting to fight in this arena on a main card of a pay-per-view in the UFC for my ranked position, like, dude, it doesn't get any better than this.
And I know you said it's a number next to his name that matters, but he is also the welterweight wins leader, the welterweight fights leader. I mean, is that kind of an extra feather in your cap, the cherry on top, so to speak?
Yeah, it'll be excellent to have that under my belt. Like you said, an extra feather to my cap. So, I respect the guy. He's a solid fighter. Doesn't really matter to me, man. I have fought tough guys my entire career, and it tells me I'm doing the right things by fighting tough guys. The way I see it is moving forward, every guy I should be fighting in the rest of my career should be the toughest guy I've ever fought.
Thanks.
Mike, on the left. Yeah. You just talked about fighting at Scotiabank Arena, what that means to you. You're fighting in front of a home crowd. This is your first-ranked opponent. You're being dubbed as Canada's next big rising star. How have you kept that pressure from getting to you?
Again, man, what pressure, dude? Like, I've got how many on Saturday night I'm have 20,000 people chanting for me and screaming my name. Like, that's support, not pressure. This is privilege, not pressure. I've been wanting to do this my whole life. I feel like it would be pressure if like I didn't want to do this and someone is like, you're gonna get in a cage and have to fight a guy. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know how to do that. Like, this is something I've spent the last 20 years preparing to do and visualizing and in my mind manifesting. Like, I was just a kid from Waterdown, Ontario, Canada, who started training like karate and taekwondo at 14 and was like, I'm gonna find a way to fight in the UFC. Like, this is what we have in town right now, and I'm gonna do everything I can, and I'm not gonna lose focus of this goal. And like, I'm making this happen. This isn't pressure at all. This is privilege. Like, I feel empowered by this. I feel energized by this. I don't feel like there's anything holding me back. I feel like there's only things lifting me up.
You have had an entire arena on their feet for you in Vancouver. With this being such a hyper-local crowd for you, have you imagined what that's going to be like?
Of course, yeah. I've spent a lot of time visualizing what the crowd's going to be like, and I work with my mental coach, Big Danny Patterson, and we go over a ton of mental exercises to, again, use that energy as fuel and to help me rise up, rather than some people you see get under those bright lights and they get jittery and they're like killers in the gym and they freeze into that moment, right? So I feel like it's like fire. You can let it burn you, or you can use it to help you, right? Like this is something I've done again and again as far as using pressure to perform to my fullest potential. And I think being 11 wins on Saturday night with 11 stoppages is only going to like further prove that I can fight really well in those moments.
Mike, oh, go ahead.
I'll just, a quick one for me, Mike, is that when you transferred and looked at this as a career for yourself, can you isolate a time when, in your mind, the UFC became an achievable goal for you, when you felt that I am at this level, that I can make it in the UFC, and went from hobby passion to I can make a living and at the biggest promotion?
We can call it delusion, but there was always like a sense in my mind that I was going to do this without any purpose. You know, trained at Alpha Male for a long time and talked about, you know, Uriah Faber used to give us speeches all the time, and one of the things he talked about is he's like, there is like a healthy amount of delusion that's necessary in order to do this, because it's not like a reasonable thing to say about yourself that you're going to be one of the, you know, that you're going to be fighting in the UFC. And like, I certainly didn't have like a path. Like growing up playing hockey in Canada, there is a path. You've seen like thousands upon thousands of kids get to the show, and you know what the general path is to get there. It's like, this is kind of like the Wild West, especially when we started getting into this. Like, the sport was far less established 10 years ago, right? So as far as like, when did I see myself being a UFC fighter realistically? I mean, since I was 13, 14, and it kind of hasn't really wavered since then. But getting to corner guys in the UFC with Team Alpha Male when I was a coach really helped a lot. You know, I had a ton of UFC fighting training partners, so I got to compare myself to those guys in certain ways and train with them and see like, okay, I definitely am at that level. And then going to the UFC and seeing how other people do this, and seeing what people are doing right and wrong, and kind of taking that and turning it into experience and like tools for me, really helped me kind of map out my own path, you know?
Hi, Mike. Just a couple of questions over here. Just talking about Neil Magny again. When you're preparing for him, is it hard not to compare his impressive resume to your past three opponents, who are tough guys, but obviously don't have sort of the UFC tenure he's had? Does that factor in at all when you're preparing?
Not really. I mean, again, I focus on myself. He's probably the toughest guy I've ever fought. Like I said, everyone moving forward will be the toughest person I've ever fought. So the last guy I fought was the toughest guy I've ever fought, and I had probably the best performance of my career to date. And I feel like each performance moving, you know, since getting to Contender Series has been the best performance of my career. So, you know, the tests are just going to keep getting bigger, and I'm going to keep rising above them.
And Mike, you fought in Ontario, BC, Nova Scotia, Alberta. What's the next province that you want to fight in, or do you want to get the chance to fight outside of North America for the first time?
Ideally, no, man. Ideally, we're fighting it at home from now on, dude. I got spoiled in Vancouver, and feel like I'm getting spoiled here. If I could make a call for anything, I would love Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Yeah, one more. Mike, you made your professional debut on April 16, 2011. Exactly 2 weeks later, UFC 129 was held at the Rogers Center, headlined by GSP and Jake Shields. Till this day, that's the largest North American crowd in UFC history. What do you remember about that 2-week stretch? I can imagine that was an inspiring time for a Canadian trying to break into MMA.
That was incredible. So I was at that event. My dad got us tickets. And yeah, I had just made my professional MMA debut, first MMA fight. And so getting to feel how that arena felt, feeling what 60,000 people in a live arena feel like, and seeing guys from this area, Claude Patrick, Mark Bocek, Mark Hominick, George St. Pierre, not from this area, but from Canada, all these guys walk to the cage, and like watching them walk out, and I'm like, that's that guy right down there. I'm way up in the, upper deck, upper bowl, so they're pretty small down there, but I can see them. Like, I see them physically walking to the cage, and I can watch them fight right there. Like, it was extremely inspirational just to see, like, look, man, if these guys from this area can do this, so can I. I feel like the more local representation we have in the major shows, the more it inspires the next generation, and it just snowballs.
Hey, Mike, sorry, before you run, I want to ask, your 2 fights for the main event, do you have a pick between Strickland and Du Plessis?
I'm focused on myself, man. I'm sure it'll be an amazing fight, and once my fight's done, I'll whip around and watch it, because I'm sure it's going to be an absolute banger, but I'm focused on the task at hand.
A quick one back here. Jeff Neal is facing Ian Gary in February. Would you like to see the winner of that fight?
Sure. Again, I'm focused on what's ahead of me, which is my opponent on Saturday night, UFC 297. I'm looking to climb after that, so I'm only really looking at guys that are ahead of me. So if one of those guys is ahead of me, bring it on.
Thank you.
That's not so. Is announced trend.
They were not.
As I said, I stand by my word. You should have been a little bit less. You should have been only 7 and 19. This is the last year's some people lost. I don't right, OG.
That's unbelievable. And you were just like, obviously.
I was just like, I'll think about it.
Oh, is this mic on? Okay. Hey, you and Gloria have spoken before about how much you guys have inspired each other on the Contender Series and the fight in the UFC. How much has it meant having her side by side with you ahead of a championship fight?
Você já comentou algumas vezes, você e a Glória já falaram várias vezes como uma inspira a outra, desde o Contender e como é que tem sido na carreira do UFC. Quão importante é vocês terem uma do lado da outra?
If you don't want she, I know stay there. I know stay here now. I need she for everything.
On a more sour note, Sean Strickland, he made a sexist comment about your fight with Raquel. I know you've responded. What will you say if you see him this week?
Agora uma nota um pouquinho mais picante e azeda. O Sean Strickland fez comentários sobre a tua luta com a Raquel. Você respondeu. O que você falaria para ele se você cruzasse com ele?
I love you, Sean.
Oh.
He's very funny. Maybe my fight is no good fight in the paper, but I believe Sean Strickland and Dricus Du Plessis is a great fight in the paper.
Do you have a pick for his fight with Dricus?
Algum palpite na luta dele contra o Dricus?
Mara Shitara second round knock Raquel out. Only palpite I have.
From here, you said your fight might not be good on paper. Why do you say that?
Because everybody waiting for me and Juliana Pennington. I believe you wanna see me. No, Juliana Pena. Sorry, this girl let me crazy.
So has it been difficult to focus on Raquel, knowing that, like you said, it seems like a lot of people want you to fight Juliana, but now you're fighting Raquel? Has it been difficult to kind of block all the noise out and focus on Raquel?
It's easy focusing Raquel because, focusing Juliana because Raquel is very tough. It's more tough Juliana. Juliana is easy money. Raquel is tough.
Where do you see your skill set compared to Raquel? Where do you think you excel in the octagon compared to her?
Em termos de habilidades, você o conjunto da obra, o teu comparado com ela, onde que você acha que tem mais vantagem?
I'm better her in everything. Everything. My box, my jiu-jitsu, my wrestling, my mental health, is everything.
So if it comes down to Juliana Pena or Sean Strickland, who would you rather spend time with in your personal life?
Entre você passar tempo com a Juliana Pena ou o Sean Strickland, você escolhe quem?
You don't like me? Why? No.
You could spend time with both of them.
Okay, I first Sean Strickland.
Earlier this year when you had the issue with the ADHD medication, did you ever worry that the UFC would go a different direction? Maybe this title fight wouldn't happen?
Quando você teve aquela questão com a medicação de TDAH, você acha que você chegou a ficar preocupada que talvez o UFC tomasse outro rumo e essa luta não acontecesse?
Yeah, of course. But UFC helped me in everything. UFC did everything for me. This is a big bullshit. Everybody know. Thanks UFC for helping me and waiting for me. thank you, Hunter, for helping me, waiting for me for this fight.
And just in terms of fighting here in Canada, this is where Amanda Nunes last fought. She left the title here. So is it kind of almost karma that you would come here and maybe bring the belt back to Brazil?
Em termos de lutar aqui no Canadá, onde a Amanda acabou se aposentando, você acha que é karma e de repente os destinos se cruzarem, agora você pega o cinturão aqui?
Man, I don't think about this, but yeah, I believe too much in God. I think my time is Amanda no fight more. Now is my time. I don't think about this. Thank you for this observation.
You're very welcome. And just one more from me. I know you've talked about wanting to help your community, and as champion, you might be able to do that more. What are the types of things that you're looking to do for your community at home?
Sobre as coisas que você sempre falou de ajudar a comunidade, que coisas que você gostaria de incorporar e fazer depois de ser campeão, por exemplo?
I won one project for kids and boys for help no stay in street more, because my community is very dangerous, and then there's a lot of things the kids know it's no good for kids, and then I want to help the kids. No for it's gonna be athlete, but it's gonna be good person.
Thank you.
Just over here. Hi. Welcome to Toronto. I just wanted to know if you understood what you signed up for by coming to Toronto with this weather in January.
Bem-vindo a Toronto. Você entendeu quando você assinou o contrato? Falou assim, eu estou indo para Toronto e vou encarar esse frio aí?
Man, it's very crazy. It's too much cold. Thank you, guys.
They will, it just gives you the list, and then they follow it.
Working on that?
I didn't pick it now, 2000, I think. Yeah. I stopped. And then the honestly, I think honestly things start getting at 7 and start. It just took a little while to manifest itself because it was just being so good. But then when the bigger quote happened, it was just like then it was not driving. Then it was just like fucking slide. You know, it's awesome.
Again, Raquel Pennington is down early, and we're going to go ahead and bring her in. Raquel Pennington.
Couldn't confirm that one.
That was definitely yeah, when you walk on the
8 weeks of the word, it was like well, he in his working match, comes up towards the bicep, so I think we can see the visible up, so we have to really press the
That's right, that's right.
The first man to ever say no. Really funny. He said no ordinance, no ordinance. Same problem as it's actually good. And yet it's still, you know, editing like in the spring, I'm responsible for taking photos. Get shape for that? So one person out behind pulled out. I thought I
Could be Charles. Could be Charles. Charles next as well.
Jourdain could be coming in next. That's right.
Charles, front right there. Obviously, not your province that you hope to be fighting in, but Canada nonetheless. You missed the last fight card on the return. So how's camp been? How are the emotions now that you're gonna, you're fighting Canada again?
I'm happy to fight in Canada for the first time ever since I've been in the UFC. I think I'm the guy with the most fight right now, the Canadian with the most fight. So yeah, first time in Canada. It's a good thing. I like it. Good pressure, and I've been at the event in Vancouver. And Canadian crowd cheering a Canadian, I think there's nothing like it. I've saw many events of UFC, but Canadian crowd is something else. So I'm very happy to be able to experience that.
So when you were at that Vancouver card, I'm sure you talked to the UFC when you were there. It's like, the next time you guys come, I don't care who I'm fighting, I want to fight on that card.
Yes, for sure. I'm trying to get proper matchups in order to develop it and get closer to the top 15 and everything, but now the cards align properly for me to be on the Toronto card, so here we are.
And obviously you're fighting Sean Woodson. What did you think when his name came across your desk?
Didn't know much. I know one time he commented on one of my pictures on Instagram. He said, let's fight. I said, sure, one day, pumpkin or something like that. And here we are. So I knew the guy. I'm very happy to fight him because he's a striker, a good boxer, and it's also about his frame. It's fun that martial art you can prove that you can fight different frames, and you have a weird one, difficult one to apply proper techniques against because of the reach advantage. So very interesting fight. I was very happy that his name popped in, and maybe not many people knows him right now, but he's still 5-1 in UFC. It's a very good record, and there was this little thing with Saldana. But yeah, good fighter. I watched most of his fight a lot, and it's a very interesting frame.
You said he has good boxing. Like he might have the best boxing in the UFC. So since I'm sure you've gone back and watched some of his fights. How do you rate his boxing? Is it some of the best you've seen in the UFC?
No, because what he does it good. He's a very linear guy, but there's some very big holes in his boxing ability, and his frame is good, and sometimes you watch tapes and you're like, oh, he's making mistakes here and there, but once you fight it, maybe it's going to be different. So I need to be very careful with that, not to be like, oh, I saw that he makes those kind of mistakes and I can capitalize on them, but they're not mistakes that are easy to capitalize on unless you work really hard on it. So yeah, interesting, but no, unfortunately I would give that to probably Max Holloway.
And the last one for me, he's also known to kind of showboat in there too, like when opponents like miss on strikes, he'll like kind of look and do stuff like that. So does that excite you too, that you're also going to be fighting a showman in there, not just a high-level striker?
Yes, of course he likes to do mimics, and he likes to put you like asleep with his kind of weird way of doing things. It's part of martial art. He's setting up traps. He wants you to overcommit and clip you, so it's my duty to not fall into those baiting tactics that he puts in.
Charles, I'm just looking at your Twitter. Do you run your own Twitter?
Yes.
So there's a couple of quotes I wanted to run past you. Maybe you could explain them. On December 18th, you said, "The dildo of consequences rarely comes with lube." I'm curious what's the meaning behind that one?
That, yeah, sometimes consequences are painful, and when you do the wrong choice, and yeah, lube is important, kids.
And then for this fight, I'm at a disadvantage because of the reach. I will use the same strategy I use with my stepsister, penetrate and dominate. That philosophy comes from where?
It's important to take chances in life. I should have phrased it that way. No, I'm just having fun with Twitter. And yeah, I'm having fun. It's a fun road. I say stupid stuff, and I'm not that related. Like, we have the same father, but we have a different mother, so we're not that close.
Thank you for clarifying that. And I have to say, it's one of the most underrated Twitters in the business.
Thank you.
Hey, Charles.
Where to?
Guess I'll have to do.
Yes, sir.
Oh, maybe I do. Okay, there we go. Did you bring anyone in specifically for Sean's build? Like, he's going to have a reach advantage, a little bit taller. Who did you get to work with for this camp?
Nobody that is properly known. We have very good strikers. I think the kickboxing in Quebec is growing a lot. So it was mainly kickboxers, and unfortunately, it's very hard to replicate someone like Sean Woodson, and it's going to be very hard for him to replicate someone like me as well. So it's something when say, oh, I'm trying to mimic this fighter, so I brought in this guy. It's very hard, even though we don't take into consideration his build. It's very hard to replicate someone. And so, yeah, I had tall strikers with me, but I don't think they're on the level of Sean, unfortunately. But it was more about me applying the tactics I'm going to use more than to trying to mimic Sean that much.
It's been a while since the UFC's been to Montreal. I'm sure you'd love to fight there. Is that something you or your manager has talked to the UFC about? Like, hey, when are we going to get our card?
Unfortunately, Canada, especially Montreal, is very hooked on hockey. We're not that popular, and we had George who set up the bar very high. And unfortunately, media like me, Barriault, who are from Quebec, and Johan, I don't think we would be able to fill in the shoes of George as it is right now. And because it's a big arena. The Bell Center is a very big arena. It would be hard. I'm being completely transparent here. It would be hard to fill it. So if they would come to Montreal, please put a good card for UFC fan, not only Canadian Montreal fans. So yeah, if they come back, I would love to be on the card, of course, but put some UFC attraction on it.
Where does a win over Sean Woodson, especially a finish, sort of put you in the grand scheme of things? I believe this would be your third win in a row, something I know I'm sure you've thought of. You haven't got that yet in the UFC, 3 straight wins.
Yes, it's going to be the first time. Plus, I'm going to be heading towards the end of this contract. So financially, it's a good advantage to have to talk when you're on the 3-fight winning streak. So yeah, victory is very important, and it puts me up there for probably the me, I like watching, let's say, Diego Lopez, and there's the Brazilian guy who took off his short, Joao Anderson. So, yeah, I see these guys because there's a couple of us who are near the top 15. And, yeah, there's a lot of names who are interesting after a victory. But first, let's handle business this weekend.
And just last one for me, a little bit bummed. Your brother, I know, was supposed to fight on Unified the day before. Kind of an interesting fight because you fought TJ Laramie,
yes,
Tony's brother. How's Lewis doing, and how soon can we see him in the UFC? It seems like he's always been on the cusp.
Yes, unfortunately, he had a knee injury. The rotule came out of his knee, so now he will need to have a surgical procedure in order to build proper strength. And yeah, we'll see where that brings him. I have high hopes for him, and it's hard. It's hard to get into the UFC. The level is climbing. It's hard also. Like, it must be hard mentally for him because it was like, oh, Dana White looking for a fight, and the Laramie brothers, the Jourdain brothers. Plus, they had one crazy fight at TKO 39. Louis and Laramie already fought, which was a crazy event. So yeah, it's a bummer, but life, the dildo of consequences, really comes in with lube. Let's put it that way.
Hey, Charles, right here.
Yes, sir.
I won't ask you for any specific quotes from Twitter, but since you have been having fun with it, have you noticed reaction from fans? Are they engaging more?
Yes, we're not here for a long time. We're here for a good time. I like this quote. I would find a way to make it stupid, but it's true. People, I think sometimes you take it a little bit too much serious. I'm enjoying it, and I see that fans are like. They post like those GIF, they're called, and they're like, what is wrong with this guy? Or he has too much concussion. I might. So it's fun. More interaction.
That's good to hear. And, you mentioned being the longest tenured or most Canadian fighter with the most fights. That was John McDessie, who spent 13 years in the UFC. When you look at that and you're 28, do you go, man, I'd love to be here in 10 years? Or do you think, boy, I hope I'm not?
I'll see. I'll take it one step at a time because sometimes when you take a career too far, there might be some consequences physically and mentally that can come with it. So, yeah, my Twitter would get more horrible with more concussion. So I might stop before that.
Hey, just on that kind of thread, I mean, obviously the title is a goal for every fighter, but do you have other milestones that you want to hit in your career?
No, I'm taking one step at a time. When I'm planning too much ahead, I tend to lose my focus a bit. So I'm a day-to-day guy.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Back here.
Yes, sir.
Hi, yeah. So last time the UFC was in Canada, you did an interview where you said that you had been too immature in your fights up till that point.
Yes.
That you had been in too many close decisions. So how have you matured since then?
It's to understand there's 5 minutes in a round, and if you're ahead, you don't need to do that spinning heel kick that might get you down. So that's what I was talking about, the immaturity. There's some risk that you can take when there's an opportunity for it, but those opportunity comes, don't try to chase them too much. So that's what I meant by being an immature fighter. And now I know, like against Kron, I was looking at the clock. Okay, I'm in his guard. Did he throw more punches than me? I'm more conscious about the fact that because there's a lot of fighters, let's say in the top 15, they're not only good at fighting, they're good at winning. So I need to be good at winning if I want to reach that level. There's some guys who knows what they're doing, and once they know they have 2 rounds in the book, they fight on the defensive for the last round and everything. So I need to be taking those things into consideration now.
And one more thing, you also said that while strategy is important, your thirst for blood is most important. So is that something you can train?
I was fortunately born with it. I was never a very skilled fighter, but I had balls when I was younger. Let's say in TKO, I became double champ, and I never had strategy during a fight. It's just, oh, you're fighting this guy. What's your strategy? I was like, I don't know. I'm gonna punch him, you know. So I never had that much strategy. But now building up with time, aging, I see that it's very important, to apply not only strategy, but I see that you can see it. There's a lot of guys who are very good strategists, and when it comes to fighting, but they don't have like that extra bloodthirst. And unfortunately, when they reach that level where you need to mix the two, it doesn't go well for them. So yeah, I think I'm blessed to have this thirst for blood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Charles, Neil Davidson from the Canadian Press. Je vais essayer une question en français si je peux, pour votre client à Québec. Est-ce que vous pouvez parler un peu au sujet de votre lutte samedi? Vous êtes confident de la résultat?
You want me to answer it in French? Okay, perfect. Oui, je suis très confiant au niveau de ma lutte. Sean Woodson est pas très habile en termes d'amener au sol. Sa lutte ne m'impressionne pas. Ça reste un combat d'MMA, mais je dois être conscient qu'il peut m'amener au sol aussi. Mais c'est pas la plus grosse menace que Sean Woodson m'apporte. Yes, sir.
I'll go with another question in French if people don't mind. Salut Charles, ça va bien?
Ça va bien, toi?
Oui. Tu parlais un peu de ne pas de rester trop longtemps tantôt. J'aimerais juste te ramener à Oli Mercier qui a décidé d'arrêter probablement au bon moment dans son cas. Est-ce que tu prends des notes de ce qu'il a fait, des décisions qu'il prend par rapport à ça?
Oli a gagné 2 fois PFL, ce qui est vraiment impressionnant. C'est 2 millions de dollars, c'est 8 combats en 2 années. Je lui lève mon chapeau. Oli a une façon de combattre qui n'est pas la mienne. J'ai une façon de combattre qui est beaucoup plus dangereuse. Je suis beaucoup plus à risque de manger des coups parce que je ne suis pas un aussi bon tacticien que lui. On va mettre ça comme ça. Je suis plus dans le spectacle, dans le sang. Donc, on est très différents. Donc, c'est sûr que nos parcours vont être encore une fois, très différents. Yes, sir.
Charles, over here. You said you don't like to look ahead, which makes a lot of sense. But this is entering, I think, your 5th year in the UFC. Have you had a chance to look back at all, and how would you sort of describe your run so far with the company?
A courageous run, a lot of bad decisions, which made me a better fighter, a better man overall. Like I have a 6-5 record, like off the chart. It's not appealing to see that, but you can see that I'm growing every fight, so it's good. I arrived in the UFC fairly young, 23, and I was already I had balls. Like fighting my second fight in Korea against Duo Choi was like this hard hitter, and I took it. And man, it was the first time in my life I got hit that hard, got knocked down, got back up, knocked him down. Then we exchanged blows. I finally knocked him out. So I'm very happy about most of the choices I made, and all the bad things that happened to me made me stronger mentally and physically. So I'm grateful for this. It's one hell of a ride. Let's put it that way.
I know we just mixed up Sean Woodson and Sean Strickland for a second. Do you have a pick for the main event between Strickland and Du Plessis? How do you break that one down?
Du Plessis hits hard, and Strickland is like this cardio machine. And I rarely saw someone as genuine and has such a good energy as Strickland. We signed poster yesterday. When he talks with you, he looks at you in the eye. It's very impressive character, and it feels like he doesn't have much pressure on his back. And when you find that flow state, you perform to the best of your ability. So I think I'm going with Strickland 2024.
One in the back over here, Charles. So Georges St. Pierre, he did an interview this week, and he said that fighting in Canada, he expects that to give you an extra edge and a push. Do you expect to have an extra edge?
Yes, but I need to make sure that the fans' thirst for blood doesn't get mixed between mine. I need to stay very strategic with Sean, because I think one of his most dangerous attacks is the knee down the middle, and I'm a pressure fighter, so I need to be very careful I don't lose my composure because you guys are screaming so much. So I need to be careful with that. That's it. Good. Thank you very much.
Mosvar. This is kind of the fight you've been waiting a long time for, right? Someone who's established in the top of the rankings and can kind of get you that respect and recognition. So how excited were you when they offered you Arnold Allen?
Yeah, I'm so excited because, you know, this fight can give me big opportunity to be next contender for the title.
Yeah, you feel a win here could get you the winner of Ilya and Volkanovski?
Depends the way what I can finish him. But yeah, I think I'm the next.
Do you think the fact that you haven't finished a fight in the UFC so far is holding you back a little bit? And does that bother you? And do you see the opportunity to make Arnold Allen your first finish?
You know, I have another style, and I win my fights without mistakes. And I have style on wrestling is not easy. Like my style is not jiu-jitsu or striking. I'm a street wrestler, but the next fight I'll show everybody I can do another things too.
And are you hoping that Ilya Topuria wins, given that you guys were supposed to fight a few times in the past? And
yeah, maybe it will be better for me if he's win. You know, we have story, and this fight makes sense to be.
Everyone would kind of talk about as people are going up the featherweight rankings, you might have to get through a Max Holloway to get your title shot. But it was just announced yesterday that Max is going to lightweight to the BMF title fight. If he doesn't come back, would you be disappointed if you maybe never get to fight him? And what do you think of that fight with Justin Gaethje? Would he be disappointed if he never gets to fight Max Holloway since he's going to lightweight? And what does he think of the fight with Gaethje?
I think Max is a big legend in our division. Of course, my big dream to fight with him. And I hope he will come back from lightweight to the featherweight. We'll see. Because he's not so big and he cut, I think, not so hard. Max, good fighter, but I think for this moment, Gaethje will hold his belt for BMF.
What's that right here? You fought in a lot of specialists in there. Like when you fought Hakeem, he's a striker, and Diego Lopes, he's a grappler. So I'm curious, when you look at Arnold, what do you make of his skill set in there?
Что ты думаешь про его?
Я знаю, сейчас я думаю. Я сейчас думаю, подожди. Can I think about my answer? Thank you. Because I'm always thinking in Russian, and I need time to translate in my head. Okay. Скажи, я подстраиваюсь под любого бойца. Вот моя самый большой плюс.
My biggest skill is that I can adjust to any fighter in the fight.
Do I need? Okay.
You were training an American top team for this camp. How long were you in Florida this time around preparing for this fight?
This is second camp for this fight, and I've been in Florida last 4 years, like even more than I stay at home. Florida is like my second home now, and we've been trained a long time with my team, my coach. But for this moment, it's 2 months in Florida and 2 months back home. Like totally, it's almost 4 months.
Who are some of your main training partners for this fight?
We have a lot of good fighters there. Like everybody helped me for this event, and but my main partners is Sidik Muduyu. He's from Dagestan, good wrestler and a good pressure guy. Who else? Renato Maicana. He's the best fighter, one of the best. Grant Dawson, a lot of fighters. Even, it's not easy to count everybody.
Who do you see winning the featherweight title fight next month between Volkanovski and Topuria?
Both guys tough, but my favorite still Chim.
If you were to fight Volkanovski next, how do you feel like your style matches up against his?
Mm-hmm. Let's see after this next fight. We'll think about this.
We see a lot of fighters have to trash talk to get big fights and big opportunities. Do you ever feel that pressure that you need to talk a bit more on the microphone or on social media?
Yeah, скажи всему свое время, я не спешу никуда.
I'm not rushing for anything. I know that everything will come that I deserve.
My last question, most important question here today. We're here in Toronto, one of the meccas of hockey. Did you ever watch or play hockey growing up in Russia?
No, I don't watch any sport, even UFC. I watch some TV shows.
What TV shows are you watching?
The last one was Breaking Bad.
What did you think? Did you like it?
Yeah, it's pretty good. And I watch on English to make like my English a little bit better. It's for practice, but like I'm still watching, but it's good.
You watch Breaking Bad to learn English?
Yeah. It's easy to understand. I need bad English. Okay.
Hey, Mosvar.
Yep.
There was a clip, I think, back in the day of Bradley Martin kind of bullying Sneeko, and you tweeted at him, you said, hey, Sneeko, this is straight up bullying. I can teach you things. You recently linked up with the streamer. What was that like? How did that come about?
He's my friend, he just came to the gym to train with me, and same time he started do his stream just, for fun.
Is that important to you to like reach a larger audience? Because obviously he's got a huge following.
No, I'm not really care.
Mosvar right here, to your right. What are your thoughts on Arnold Allen's takedown defense? I don't think he's been taken down since 2018.
2018?
С 2018 года его тейкдаун не сделали. Как ты к этому относишься?
Because nobody tried take him down. That's why, maybe. And he never fought with a guy with my level wrestling.
Thank you.
A few of the fighters have been asked about the cold weather in Toronto. Does training in Florida mean that this is a shock to you these days, or given your background?
I'm from Russia, bro. I used to be in cold weather. Even here is like more soft. Thank you.
Mosvar, I wanted to ask, what was up with them having you and Arnold sign posters together? Have you ever seen anything like that before?
It's just, I hate nobody. I respect everybody. And he doing good. He's a he's tough guy. He don't do like bad trash talking, and he's a respectful guy. But that what will be in the cage, don't like push me to be angry on him for another time.
And can I get your pick for Saturday's main event, Strickland or Du Plessis?
Strickland выиграет или Du Plessis?
I didn't watch Du Plessis fights. I think he's a wrestler, but Strickland is stable fighter. I think for 5 rounds it's better for Strickland. Maybe 60-40 for Strickland. Okay, anybody? We done?
Check.
There we go.
Obviously, a big turnout last time when you fought here in Canada, but now you're on the opposite side of Canada here in Toronto. So what's it like being back on Canada soil for another pay-per-view fight?
You know, I feel like very blessed to be back here in Canada again. You know, last time it was like the perfect night for us, all the Canadian. So yeah, I'm very excited and looking forward to like do the history again.
And what did you think when Chris Curtis's name came across your desk? Because he's obviously been fighting for a very long time. I think he's still not quite a veteran of the UFC yet, but he's always been on exciting fights. So when his name came across your desk, what went through your mind?
Yeah, so at first I was very excited. Like, this is the type of fight that I want, you know, especially at the stage of my career. Like, I don't want to pick and choose my fights, but this one is like a candy for me, like, because I think we have kind of the same style, like pressure fighter. We are both like tough, so that's gonna be firework for sure.
He's had some bad luck in his last 2 fights with headbutts. Have you talked to him about that? Like, I promise I'm not gonna.
I mean, sometimes it's hard because, you know, southpaws against orthodox, you know, it can happen, you know, often. So no, we're just gonna try to keep it clean, you know, and just, you know, do our best to like put on a good show and yeah, have fun.
Marc-Andre right here.
Hey.
How cool is it having Charles Jourdain on this card? A little bit of a TKO reunion here in Toronto.
I mean, yeah, like you said, like it's kind of reminds me the old days of TKO. You know, even the last time we fought on the same card, we both, you know, had a good like victory, submission victory. So yeah, it's always feels great to see Charles around. And yeah, you know, like me, he's like he's tough. He's been there for a long time, and yeah, I like him.
I know he didn't get the victory in the fight, but Brendan Allen, I know, trains with you guys. Brendan fought Chris. Were the coaches pretty familiar with Chris in terms of like a game plan there at Killcliff?
Yeah, I mean, like 2 of those of our guys, like Chris, Brendan Allen, and Phil Oz fought this guy. So yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not the same fighter as those guys, but you know, we know what to do. We've been training hard. I've put a lot of hard work, you know, in this fight. I want to be smart. I want to be like, just be myself and enjoy the ride.
Jose mentioned that Curtis has a lot of fights. He's been a veteran of the sport just in terms of his overall career. He hasn't been finished that much. Does that change the game plan a bit for you, just knowing how durable he is?
I mean, you know, I don't really care about, you know, what he did in the past. I mean, right now, I know that he's going to be there to fight, you know, because, you know, he's ranked, and I'm not even ranked. So this is everything. I have everything to win in this fight. So I think he's going to fight hard. He's going to be there, you know, for the whole fight. But, you know, I've been battle tested before. I know what you do. I'm very, you know, I know my skills. I know my team, and I know myself more than ever. So, yeah, I'm excited.
Vancouver was a bit far away. You got a lot of people coming up from Gatineau to watch this?
Yeah, a couple of my friends, family members. But, yeah, right now I'm just happy to be here back with my team. And, yeah, I can't wait to be there, yeah.
Just last one for me, a finish here over Chris Curtis or even just a victory. Are you looking at this as one of the biggest years of your career, just, you know, getting in the rankings and, you know, kind of keeping this winning streak going?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like I said, I've been battle tested before. I fought pretty good guys before. I feel like, you know, I belong, you know, in the top 15. So I've worked hard, and yeah, I'm going to fight my way through this opportunity for sure.
Mark, right here to your right.
Hey.
You said in an interview before this, and even hinted at it here, you see Chris Curtis as your ticket to the top 15. So is just a win enough, or do you have to go out and make a statement to get into those rankings?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always looking to, you know, get a good statement, you know, and put on a big stamp on this fight and, you know, leave no doubts. But I feel like I just need to be myself. Like I said, I worked hard for this fight. You know, I'm ready. Wherever the fight goes, I'm ready to fight hard, and I know I'm going to pick up the pace, and I'm going to pick up a huge victory Saturday night.
Living and training down in Florida now, is coming home to the cold weather a bit of a shock?
Yeah, kind of. You know, it's been 3 years since I came here, you know, during the winter. But yeah, I'm used to, like, it just reminds me like my old days when I was playing hockey outside with my friends, and yeah, it's fun, yeah.
Hopefully it's a good omen.
Yeah, thank you.
Marc-Andre, to your left here.
Yeah.
You will no doubt have the crowd behind you when you fight on Saturday night. Does that fuel you, or once you get in the cage, do you just close off everything and just concentrate on the man in front of you?
Yeah, it's kind of a mix of both. You know, I like to fill up myself with all the energy from the crowd. You know, I know that I belong in this spot. But when it's time to just flip the switch and be myself and turn on the power bar, I'm very good at it. So I feel like Saturday night, I'm just going to go in there, enjoy the walkout. But as soon as I'm going to step inside the cage. I'm just going to be myself and be ready for war.
Back here. With a win on Saturday, you'll have a 3-fight winning streak since your
Yes.
fight with Anthony Hernandez. He is fighting in February, and he's ranked 1 above Chris Curtis. Is that a possible rematch you're looking at, especially since you got injured during the first fight?
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, this fight was like, if you guys watch the fight, like, you know, I injured myself in the first round, and like he did pretty like he did good stuff on me. Like he slammed me on my head, and like he take me down a lot of time in the fight. But I was not at my best during this fight. So for sure, if there's one fight I will have to do a rematch is against this guy for sure. He's tough, you know, he's very good at what he does. So we'll see what's next after. Yeah.
Thank you.
Marc-Andre. Oh, sorry, right over here.
Yep.
Right at the top of the card, we've got Sean Strickland coming in as the UFC champion. It kind of surprised a lot of people, seeing how he won the belt out of nowhere. You're on a 2-fight win streak. How do you like your chances of fighting for the middleweight title soon?
I mean, to see those guys, Dricus and Sean, you know, fighting for the title, and especially, you know, Sean winning the fight, the title last time, it proved me that everything is possible. So why not me? So like, you know, I've been in a huge fight before. You know, I've been a champion in my previous promotion in TKO. So I know what it takes to be a champion. So I just need to, like I said, be myself. You know, just be confident and just show up and do the hard work and fight hard. So I'm pretty sure that after this fight, for myself and for my team and for the old fans, the UFC, you know, they're gonna put some respect on my name, and I'm gonna be there for a big run.
Do you see Strickland retaining tonight, or are we going to see a new champion on Saturday? Excuse me.
I can see a new champion be crowned on Saturday. Yeah, I feel like Dricus is like, he's strong. You know, he's a good guy. He's a good fighter too. He can take the fights. You know, whatever he wants. It depends on how he's gonna handle the game plan. We'll see. Exciting matchup.
And I have one more question about you. I remember I was in Ottawa when you made your UFC debut. A very tough fight with Andrew Sanchez. There was a lot of French-Canadian media there. Fast forward to now, do you feel any pressure still, like representing Canada, specifically Quebec? Is anything different now, or the same?
I mean, I feel more comfortable right now since, you know, my debut, even just to see how the UFC operate, and just myself, you know, just to, you know, picture myself in this big like machine, and just to like be myself, be humble, just try to, you know, don't try to do too much, and yeah, I just enjoy it very much, and hopefully I can do this for a long time again. Yeah.
So one in the back over here. Dana White once considered Canada the Mecca of MMA. Do you think we can recapture that magic over here?
I hope so. I mean, I think last time in Vancouver we proved that, you know, we have what it takes to be one of the best country for MMA, you know, for UFC. I think Saturday night we're gonna prove it again. We have a lot of, you know, great talent, great upcoming fighters. So yeah, for sure, we have what it takes to be one of the best, you know, mecca of the fight. Yeah.
Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
J'aurais juste une petite question en français pour toi.
Oui, salut.
Ça va bien, toi?
Oui, merci.
Oui. Tu parlais que tu n'es pas encore classé, tu aimerais l'être. J'espère que ma question n'est pas trop tricky, mais tu penses que tu es peut-être à combien de victoires d'entrer dans le top 15 selon toi?
Je pense que je me vois vraiment gagner samedi soir. La meilleure façon possible, ce serait de mettre, comme on dit, un statement sur cette victoire-là. Je pense qu'après ce combat-là, justement, si je regarde le ranking après moi, il
y a une belle diversité de combattants qui sont intéressants à aller affronter pour me rendre jusqu'au top. Je pense qu'un 3 combats va pouvoir me permettre là, de me rapprocher d'un combat significatif. Je viens de signer un nouveau contrat de 4 combats. Ça va être mon premier combat du contrat. Donc, je pense que ce contrat-là va vraiment mettre la table pour justement là, tout aligner les choses pour avoir quelque chose de vraiment important sur tous les plans, que ce soit financier, ma carrière, mon équipe, pour la suite des choses. Merci. Done? All right. Merci.
Hello.
You guys good? Rocky, over here.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
How's the cold treating you?
Oh, we actually got off the plane yesterday and we're like, wow, this is warm compared to Colorado. We're in the negatives right now, so.
Well, obviously Saturday. I assume you always thought you would get back to the title and get another title shot, but now that it's here and it is fight week, it's only a few days away. The hard part's behind you in prep. So what are the emotions now that you're only a few days away from another title fight?
I'm excited, honestly. For me, like, in my mind, like, I know the world title's there, but, like, it's just another fight. It's just another stepping stone. And, you know, this last year has been one of the best years of my life. And so I'm more motivated than ever, completely embracing this journey, and I'm having fun.
When you say best year of your life, is that because, like, of you and Tisha, you know, you welcomed a new addition in your family, you're fighting for the title, so or is it just everything all together?
It's everything, you know. I feel like, but the biggest part is Alea. Having Alea, like, it's just a game changer. You know, my motivation is completely different. My purpose is completely different. Everybody's like, oh, you've been away from the octagon for a year. How does that affect you? Like, it doesn't feel like a year at all. Like, I feel like that fight with Ketlin just happened, but so much has happened. And, you know, I say it's important to, yeah, you got to have fun in the gym. You got to do things as an athlete, but it's also important to be a person. And this year was being the person. I mean, I cannot even explain it. I mean, if the smile on my face in all these interviews doesn't say enough, like.
When you say the addition of her is a game changer to you, like, what do you mean by that exactly?
I'm her greatest teacher, right? And so I always say that this sport is 90% mental, 10% physical, and, like, the emotions that come in all of this, like, I don't have room for any negativity. I don't have room for fear. I don't have room for scared, nervousness. Like, there's a healthy level of nervousness because that's my body telling me that it's prepared. But, like, at the end of the day, like, I'm her mama. Like, I have to teach her how to be courageous. I have to teach her how to be brave. And this is just me passing on my legacy to her.
When she's older, will you bring her to sparring?
Listen, that little girl can be anything that she wants to be in life, but, you know, I tell her this every day. I'm like, I love you, you're beautiful, you're strong, you can do anything you want, but not be a fighter. Don't be a fighter. Self-defense, but not a
So
fighter.
what if she came to you and said, Mom, I do want to be a fighter? Would you?
I'm going to support her in whatever she wants to do, but I'll tell you what, I've seen what I put my mom through with this stress, and, you know, I like my health. I see the emotional roller coaster that comes with all of it, and I'm like, if we could just avoid this, like, that would be great.
And then looking at your opponent on Saturday, and Mayra, she was in here earlier, and she's like, you know, on paper, she doesn't think the fans are overly excited about this fight because she goes, people want to see me fight Juliana. So do you think she's looking past you at all?
Listen, she's a character, right? All the things that she's saying is, like, really entertaining me. What you just said is completely contradicting to what I've heard that she's saying. At the end of the day, like, I feel like she's talking all the crap. She's trying to say all the things. Sure, maybe the fans want to see her fight Juliana because they both yap a lot. They talk. And so everybody wants to see that. They love the entertainment portion. That's just not who I am. And, you know, I think about the kids and the younger generations and who look up to me, and it's not about talking crap to each other and doing everything. At the end of the day, a fight's a fight. Our fists are going to do the talking. So I don't feel the need to waste the extra energy. And, you know, I mean, I don't know who she thinks she is right now. Like, I've been in this sport for a very long time. I've been in the top 10 majority of my career in the UFC. And, you know, for her to sit here, like, they were trying to find another opponent because Juliana's injured. It was supposed to be me and Juliana. So for her to think that it's supposed to be her and Juliana, like, I love the world she's living in her own mind, but she's a little confused.
Well, that kind of goes off of my next question. Were you surprised that it was her, and do you think she was the worthy opponent when Juliana wasn't healthy to fight?
Yeah, definitely, to say the least. It's just been an interesting journey for me. You know what? I'm gonna give her credit, right? She's here. She's gonna bring a challenge to the table for sure, and I'm not looking past her at all. Like, I think there's a level of respect that you give each and every opponent. That's important. But it's just been interesting how all that played out. When me and Aldana got scheduled, they told me when I originally fought Ketlin, it was for a #1 contender fight. Then all of a sudden that fight passed, and they're like, oh, well, here's the deal. Like, Juliana and Amanda are going to fight again, and so you and Aldana are going to fight again. And it's like, okay, you guys are completely saying totally different to me, and it was frustrating. And then Juliana gets injured, and, like, I'm like, okay, I'm supposed to be next. And then they're like, well, we're going to, you know, pull Aldana up. It makes sense. We want Mexico to take the chance of having another champion, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I hear all the entertainment behind it and everything else, but as an athlete, super frustrating. And then they call me, and they're like, well, would you still want to fight in the main event in May? And it's like, what makes sense? I'm supposed to be fighting a #1 contender fight. Tell me who makes sense. And they're like, Mayra Buena Silva. And at this time, I think she was still like 13. And I was like, you guys want to take me from a #1 contender fight to fighting the number 13 girl in the world? Like, how does that make any sense? And usually I'm down for every single fight, and they know that. But I was like, I'm at a point in my life, like, I'm 35, like, I'm on a mission. And so to me, it didn't make any sense. And then I wake up to headlines the next day, and it's like, clash of the top 10, Mayra Buena Silva versus Holly Holm. So you guys bumped her for promoting, or what the hell happened there? And then, of course, she beats Holly Holm, so then she gets bumped. Like, the rankings are interesting, but you know what? She's here now, and so it is what it is.
You're coming into this fight off a bit of a layoff. Is there anything in particular you've worked on in the gym that maybe you're looking to show on Saturday, or anything that you've worked on that you're excited to kind of put out there?
Yeah, I've talked a lot about the toolbox that I have. You know, I got categorized as a striker and as a brawler. You know, I'm a well-rounded mixed martial artist. And so my biggest thing this fight camp, you know, we've done the work. We've done everything that we've needed to. We've prepared in all the ways. But my biggest thing as a person and as an athlete was to slow down and actually open up that toolbox. I have not had the opportunity, or like, you know, I go back to the drawing board every time and I reset, or I look at things in my fights and I'm like, oh, I should have done this or whatever. Like, there's always more expectation from myself, and I get frustrated. And so my biggest thing this camp was just completely like having fun and opening that toolbox. And, you know, it's super exciting because not only am I recharged as an individual and like just being a brand new mom and a different motivation, but like I found a different side of me in the gym, and I can feel it in my entire being. Like, I'm just so excited to showcase that to the world.
What do you think of the fact that a lot of her wins are by submission? I think 70% of her victories are by submission. The last submission loss for you, I think, was in Invicta in 2012, if I'm not mistaken. Do you look at that stuff as far as the style matchup and just knowing, like, you're pretty durable and tough to take out? Even Nunes, it was a 5th-round stoppage on you, right?
Like I said, I'm a well-rounded mixed martial artist. I'm not just this brawler. Like, okay, cool, I have a granite chin. Like, I can take some punches, I can throw some punches, but there's so much more to me. I'm not just in the gym just constantly striking. Like, I have my own submission wins. You know what I mean? Like, when I decide to make my mind and put my mind to whatever it is, I truly feel like I'm going to accomplish that. And so there's some days that I've come in and I'm like, oh, okay, I've taken short notice fights and I'm exhausted, and I've gone for the submission and I got those submission wins. When I fought Ashley Evans Smith, like, there was no way that fight was going to go another round. That cut was completely to my skull, and they were going to stop it. And it was just like, I heard my coaches yell urgency, I seen the blood pouring, and I was like, I have to go. And so, you know, that was me making up my mind. But if I'm going to strike, I'm going to strike. If I want to fight up against the fence, I'm going to fight up against the fence. If I want to wrestle, I have great wrestling. Jiu-jitsu, oh, trust me, I have a pretty wicked ground game.
And just last one for me, I don't know if you pay attention to this stuff. Do you know you're the betting underdog going into this fight?
I've always been the underdog. Always.
Does that surprise you just with your experience? I mean, you've been on The Ultimate Fighter, you fought for a title, so I'm guessing not. No.
No, I've always been the dark horse in women's MMA, and that's completely fine. I thrive on people underestimating me. And, you know, I feel like I've actually been the gatekeeper for a really long time at the 135 division. There's always going to be someone new, up and coming and rising, and they're dangerous and this, that, or another. And they're like, okay, here's Raquel. Like, here's what she looks like. You have to get through her, and once you get through here, then you're on to your next step. And I always, like, break their game plan in that.
Raquel, can you just contrast this title fight compared to the last time around? You know, you're coming off the big injury with the leg break and stuff. You're going to Brazil. This seems to be a much happier, version of yourself. You talked about the kid, more comfortable climate. Does this feel just like much more right for you compared to last time?
Yeah, you know, I'm huge in believing when the stars align, and I feel like the stars have truly aligned. Like, everybody's journey looks different. Back then, of course, as an athlete, like, that's what I wanted back then. But it wasn't my time, and it's as simple as that. I've grown tremendously as a person and as an athlete, and, you know, I mean, as frustrating that was, like you said, I came off of major injuries. I came off of an 18-month layoff. I had total major reconstructive shoulder surgery. They throw me into the biggest profile fight of my career, and, like, there was just a lot going on. And I always say, you know, you can go to the gym and you can put in all the hard work, you can take all the supplements, eat completely right, but if your head and your heart ain't right, it doesn't matter. And that's what my career looked like. And so, you know, that fight's in the past. Like, I'm not looking back in the rearview mirror. I know a lot has changed for me. I'm on a 5-fight win streak for a reason, and it's my time now.
Yeah, and I mean, there was so much criticism too around your corner and the team from that last fight and stuff. When you kind of look back on that, does that seem like it was, you know, a positive moment? And do you kind of just, what's your perspective on that all those years later now?
everything happens for a reason, and I truly believe that. You know, my team went through a lot. A lot of people on the outside, like, they don't know the behind the scenes. It's kind of that iceberg effect, right? Like, you see what's above the water, you don't see what's below. And the things that happened in that fight and what was said in my corner and the decisions that were made, like, those guys, I don't just choose different coaches every other day or like, oh, hey, you're available this weekend, can you corner me? Like, we're a second family. We're built on trust and loyalty, and like, that's something huge to me. And my coaches know me better than I know myself sometimes. And they know the athlete I am. So the decisions that were made, like, I 100% stand behind that. In reality, I had all the control. You know what I mean? Like, if I wanted out of there, like, that was completely up to me. I voiced something out loud to my coaches and to my second family, and they made a decision based off of that. But like, we've worked through all that, and like, we've gone through the motions. The world beat us into the ground for it. They try to say whatever, and at the end of the day, like, none of that matters.
And just last one for me. This is just the second women's bantamweight title fight ever that hasn't featured Amanda Nunes or Ronda Rousey. The other one was Misha and Holly. And you've been here through all of that. What does it kind of say that, you know, Amanda, Ronda are long gone at this point, and here you are fighting for a belt again?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I've been asked so many different questions, and of course Amanda's forever going to have her credit. Ronda's forever going to have her credit. They've done some wonderful things, and props to them. But at the end of the day, like, Amanda made her choice, and she retired, and like, the chapter's closed. Like, it's up for grabs again, and there's so much worthy talent in this division and whatnot, and my time is now. But the same way that everybody felt a void when Ronda left, and then Amanda came in and replaced that, now everybody feels a void when Amanda's gone, and like, now I get to come in and replace that, and everybody's journey is going to look different. Everybody's success is going to look completely different.
Raquel, right here to your right. Just kind of building off that a little, I know you said it's in the rear view, but is there any part of you that wishes this second title opportunity could have come against Amanda so that you could have, you know, taken what you've built over the years since that and kind of gotten that one back?
100%. 100%. But, you know, I mean, everything happens for a reason, and so who knows? Maybe Amanda, like, isn't fully done. I mean, Ronda said she was done, and then Ronda came back and tried to give it another shot. You never know what's going to happen, but at the end of the day, we're here now. My opponent is Buena Silva, and that's what I'm looking forward to, and, you know, just being me and going out there and accomplishing my ultimate goal.
Is it more difficult to follow in the footsteps of a dominant champion like this? Like, do you feel like you're going to have to really go out and get a few title defenses and really put your stamp on the division?
You know what? I feel like I just need to simply be me. Like I said, everybody's journey is completely different. Nobody's going to look the same. You know, everybody has their own successes in their absolute own way. And for me, like, this is just 14 years of hard work, sweat, tears, the blood, sweat, tears, dedication, like, everything, the climbing up, the falling down, like, it's all just coming together, and like, that belt is just a resemblance of that. But for me, like, I've honestly already won in life. Like, I am truly blessed. I'm thankful to be here. Like, I live a really cool life. I have an amazing opportunity to do this. And at the end of the day, like, it's just me continuing to build my legacy and have something to pass on to my daughter.
Thank you.
Raquel, love the hat.
Thanks.
Is that a custom dealie, or is that
Yeah.
a official merch? Do you want to plug that, or?
Yeah, I made these, I think it was last Pride Month. I had these for sale, but these are my Team Rocky swag, so they were a limited edition. My flight got all jacked up yesterday, and I absolutely lost my luggage, so kind of just hanging out. I'm like, all right, we got to cover the hair and do all the things.
It's a good look.
Thanks.
Regarding the hat, then, what are your thoughts on being the co-main event to a headliner featuring Strickland, a guy who's made some controversial, I'd say, offensive comments about the gay and lesbian community? I mean, do you have any feeling about that?
You know what? Everybody's always going to have an opinion, right? What do they say? Opinions are like buttholes. Everyone has one. So he has one, and that's his opinion. At the end of the day, like, it doesn't affect my life, and it's never going to affect my life. And in reality, like, I'm not even paying attention to the outside noise. It's all outside noise. It doesn't matter to me. I feel like the world is the way it is because people make their comments and do all the stupid stuff. But, you know, it's what keeps it interesting. So I personally don't care. I'm focused on my ultimate goal. I'm focused on myself. And, like, I can't even tell you who else is on the card because that's how focused I am on just what I'm going to do.
Thanks. And any pick for the main event, then?
Yeah, not Sean Strickland. I'm just kidding.
So you mentioned that you felt like an underdog coming into a lot of these fights. How did you mentally shift your perspective from feeling like a perpetual underdog to feeling like you can become a world champion now?
I don't pay attention to that, you know? I mean, I feel like if you don't have haters, you're not doing something right. And people have always, like, doubted me, and that's completely fine. It's just more motivation. Like, it gives me a good laugh at the end of the day. They doubt me. They tell me how I should quit, how I suck, how I'm boring. Like, I don't even know the things that I've caught. And then every time I get my hand raised, I'm like, oh, eat that. Like, it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, I mean, that's just the people's opinions. It's statistics. It's what people want to see. I mean, I've been an athlete my whole life. I'm a freaking sports fan. It's the same thing if you have a team and you're just like, oh, we really want this team to win. You know what I mean? And that's what it comes down to. But it doesn't define me as an athlete. It doesn't define me as a person.
Just as you mentioned, so much of this being a mental game and looking at Saturday as trying to just categorize it as just another fight, was that the perspective going into your last championship fight? And tell me a bit about the contrast. Was it kind of be-all, end-all back in 2018?
It was. I mean, I honestly cannot tell you where my mental state was back in 2018. It was literally all over the board. I was all over the board. I was coming off a long layoff. I wanted to feel like myself again. I had frustration after frustration, setback after setback. I was developing medical issues. It was one thing after another after another. And as a fighter, it was like, man, I just want to be me. As a person, like, and being a warrior, like, I just wanted to be me. And so it was like, in my mind, I was going to be world champ. Like, in my mind, I was going to be world champion. In my heart, I didn't feel half of anything. I didn't feel it in my entire being because everything was so unaligned. But it was going to happen somehow. And now the big difference is I feel it in every part of me. Like, my mind is right. My heart is right. My freaking spirit is right. My motivation is on a different level. Like, I just feel 100% different.
Thank you.
Morning, everybody, or good afternoon. Before we get Dricus up here, my name is Jeff Nowitzki. My role at the UFC is I oversee our drug testing, our anti-doping program, one of the most comprehensive in professional sport. A few years back, we looked at the program and said it's unfortunate that the majority of news that comes out in the program is bad news. It's when somebody tests positive. Where if you take a step back and look at the reality of the program, it's overwhelmingly good news. It's fighters like Dricus passing test after test after test, no matter where they are in the world. And so what we did is we instituted a recognition program where when athletes get 50-time perfect test history, they get their 50-time jacket. And it's really been one of the most successful things we've done in the program. It's probably the most common question that I get since we transitioned the program from USADA to now. Is the jacket still remaining? and it is. And I don't think a better scenario than what Dricus has. The biggest fight in his life, fighting for the belt, but part of his story is he's one of the most tested athletes on the planet, and he continues to test clean time after time after time again. And so we want to give these guys the opportunity to be recognized for that because it's a unique opportunity. You don't see this in professional sport. So Dricus, my pleasure to present you with your 50-time test jacket. Keep doing your thing, setting a good, clean role model example for not only MMA athletes, but really all athletes in professional sports. So we really appreciate it, and congratulations.
Dricus, right here in front of you.
Sorry, guys.
Just
What's up, everyone?
Just curious your thoughts on getting that jacket. I mean, you've only been in the UFC for a couple of years now, and you've already been tested 50 times, which is kind of remarkable. So I guess, what does it mean for this honor, but also, like, how much of a nuisance is it being to get tested so much?
Yeah, I mean, this is amazing. You know, getting this jacket, obviously people are going to say what they're going to say. And obviously having a physique like mine, people always go, that guy's definitely on the juice. And, you know, there's a lot of athletes, not just me, there's a lot of athletes that get that. And there's a lot of athletes that I even suspect. You can't help but do it because some people have these physiques. But where the sport is now, I always tell people, listen, if you are going to do it, you are going to get caught. Because from my experience, it's been absolutely professional from the UFC side in terms of making sure we play on a level playing field. And I take comfort in the fact that I get tested. Yeah, it is a bitch sometimes. You know, rocking up to training because they have my time schedule every day. And if they don't know where you are, sometimes you just go, I'm not in this area today. Something happened, I have an interview. They rock up there and they're like, cool, well, you have 2 hours to get here. Or they go to you, but I take comfort in the fact that I know my competition is being treated the same way, and you know, we play fair. We get in there, and the best warrior wins, not the one with the best needle.
There's been a lot of photos of Sean coming out through this camp, people saying, you know, he's in the best shape of his life, all that kind of stuff. Have you seen some of that, and are you, I guess, impressed by his physique maybe compared to some other fights?
Yeah, I've seen some of it. Yeah, I mean, are we going to stand next to each other and compare physiques? I don't think so.
And I know you've been asked ad nauseum about, you know, all the comments made at the press conference and the fight and everything like that. And when we spoke, you know, last week, you kind of said, I'm too smart to go down that road. I have other things I can do to poke and prod at Sean. But he was very explicit, I think, earlier this week in an interview saying that, you know, he's going to stab you if you bring that up. He's going to have a knife. Did you see those comments? And I guess, what did you make of that?
Yeah, I saw that. I don't know, guys. That's pretty intense, right? I think that is. I don't know the legislation around here, but that seems like, you know, Team Strickland needs to step in and check their boy. But I think when this whole thing occurred, where he said, "Listen, if you do that again," he said he'll kill me. He didn't say stab me. When he said kill, I said, "Okay, you're probably gonna shoot me then." But when I saw a knife, I'm like, "No, that's not gonna work. You won't touch me with that knife. I'll knock you out way before you get to stab me."
Does any part of you in the back of your mind when you engage with him this week, like, keep those comments in mind, or are you just going to be yourself and say whatever you need to say?
No. You know, am I scared that he self-sabotages this fight? Sure. That is something I've thought about. And maybe, you know, trying everything to get out of it. But no. For me right now, the last press conference was winning on the mic. That was winning the
Sean Strickland at his own game. Right now, this week where we're at, I'm not here to do that. I'm here to be the middleweight champion of the world. My focus is on fighting and you know, not making jokes, getting the crowds to laugh, and you know, no, that's not why I'm here. I'm here. I've already won that battle. That battle is won. Right now, the battle needs to be won is the one coming Saturday night, and that's where my mind's at. My mind is at being ready mentally, physically, and being in the best shape of my life come Saturday night.
And just last thing from me, speaking of, you know, kind of the win pre-fight, his coach even said that he was triggered and he had to have a conversation with Sean about not fighting emotionally, saying that's not who we are and stuff. Once the fight begins, though, I mean, what are you expecting from him? Do you think that's going to get lost and an emotional side of him will come out?
Yeah, I think it takes a lot for a team to admit something like this. You have to take that. And if it was a real problem, I don't think they would have. But I do think he has the right people around him. They are an extremely good team. They've showed that over the last year. They've had an incredible year with the coach and the team, and you know, with all the awards, and deservingly so. But I think he has the right people around him to get him to get him back to where he needs to be, because we saw that he was definitely not in a good space of mind during that presser at the end. He was genuinely triggered, and obviously at the event where he jumped over chairs, and anybody who thinks that was fake or staged, I wasn't informed of that because I took some real punches. But you know, for me, that was a big win. But I do think he has the right people, and I hope for his sake he has the right people around him to get him back to where he needs to be. Because if you're going to fight that way, it's going to be disappointing for a lot of people.
Dricus, Neil Davidson from the Canadian Press. The Springboks put out a message on social media today wishing you well. I'm sure you saw that, but do you have a sense of the support back in South Africa? Are you seeing that from here?
Oh, absolutely. It's you wouldn't believe in South Africa what the vibe is like. I'm speaking to folks back home all the time. My family's flying in from South Africa. They're arriving this afternoon. It's electrifying in South Africa. There's watch parties everywhere. There's even watch parties for previous fights happening right now as the build-up leads. We are proud people, and like you said, you know, world champions recognizing world champions. The Springboks made history by being the first country ever to have back-to-back Rugby World Cups. They have the most World Cup wins in the history of the sport. I'm honored, you know, the Springboks are superheroes. And for them to show their support and love towards me, it's, you know, the motivation I get from that, it's a dream come true. And you know, that we have that Bok fire. That's what we call it, the Bok fire. And it'll show on Saturday night.
And just a follow-up from me, if I may. You said that the press conference you won on the mic, but do you regret making comments about somebody's abusive background? Is that something that you think should be discussed?
Well, he discussed it, so you know, if you're gonna go out there and say, "Hey kids, you need to be abused more. Hey kids, you need drunken rage, abused beatings by your parents, like I got when I grew up," then I mean, that's you putting it out there. That's you joking about it. I wasn't joking about it. I am gonna beat the shit out of Sean Strickland. That wasn't a joke. So he made those comments. He made it public, and he was making a joke of it, not me. Do I think it's good? No, it's terrible what happened to him. It's terrible what happened to him, but now he felt. I was completely respectful towards Sean Strickland that whole press conference, and you can go watch it back, and you'll see. Even when he threw a couple of jabs, I just let it slide, and then when he tried to get the crowd up and going, the only way he knows how to by saying offensive stuff and being outrageous and, you know, just screaming over everybody, and he tried to bully me. And I wasn't going to let that slide. And that's what he did. That's what when he saw he couldn't get the crowd behind him like he usually does, in terms of, you know, being funny, because we were respectful towards each other, he tried to be disrespectful. And I showed him what it feels like if you get some of your own medicine. So I was 100%, I do respect him a lot, but I'm not going to let you bully me. Not at all.
Dricus, Going back to those comments, right? You said I said them to win, like to stop him winning the crowd and stuff. Is there a part of you that thinks this is a mental game as well? It clearly bothers him so much. I may as well say it this week because it might affect him going into the fight.
Yeah, but saying it again, it's that's a one-trick pony. Saying it again, it makes no sense. Obviously, I said it. If I had the opportunity to turn back time, I would do it exactly the same. But there's no need to say it again. There's no need to listen. And another thing, we'll see how he behaves himself. Like I said, you're not going to bully me. I'm here to be respectful. I'm a martial artist, but you're not going to bully me. So behave yourself, and we can have a civil banter back and forth. I'm 100% all for that, but you're not going to be bullying me, not at all.
You mentioned he might self-sabotage this fight. Are you concerned that he's basically going to feel the pressure after those remarks and that he might feel like he's going to lose this and he can't go out there and lose face? Is that why you think he might self-sabotage?
Yeah, I don't know what it might be. I think, for a guy with the kind of demons that Sean Strickland's fighting, one can only think, and I'm not in this situation, so I can't say, but self-sabotage in a sense where he does not care what happens to him because he wants to do what he feels is necessary because that will make him a real man. No, what makes you a real man is being an example. And yeah, I mean, like I always say, being a champion, being in the limelight, you should be yourself. I'm being myself, and I'm not always the best example, make no mistake, especially now with all the cameras on, everywhere you go. It's great, it's cool, but the more I look at a guy like Conor, he gets seen doing so many wrong things. But it's just because everything he does is filmed. I feel sorry for the guy because most of us do a lot of things that are not wrong, especially when you're out partying. You're not really considering being an example to kids when you're out partying. You're in a place. That's why there's an age restriction. And then you get filmed and it gets put all over the internet and people judge you for it. I mean, people are going to say what they're going to say. And, I mean, just live your life. Don't care about it, and whenever you can, try and be a good person wherever you can. But I mean, if you make mistakes, we move on from them. So, with this whole thing with him self-sabotaging, I think, I think it might be that to prove a point. And the fight is the only thing that's important to me. So what I'm saying with self-sabotage is, I also like fast cars. I like adrenaline. I'm a crazy person. I'm an adrenaline junkie. But when my fight camp starts, there's a priority. There's things that needs to happen for me to do my job, and it feels like that one aspect of him doesn't care. And then of course, the fight that happened in the crowd, that was the biggest concern for me of that whole situation, is the fact that the fight could be in jeopardy, and I'm really happy it wasn't.
Yeah, going back to that brawl, obviously it's like a little skirmish, 30 seconds maybe, but is there anything you could take away from that physical interaction with him?
Yeah, the man's not scared to throw down, firstly, and he could feel the strength. Now he knows. He had those scrawny hips.
Last one from me. Israel Adesanya is picking you to win this fight. He thinks you're going to get the finish. Does that surprise you, considering his attitude towards you in the past?
No, the man has a knowledge for fight, so that makes sense. But yeah, I don't really consider that a good thing or a bad thing. I'm happy to get when somebody thinks I'm going to win, because even though we have our differences as people and as one man to another, as a fighter, as fighters, like, I can only say good things about Adesanya as a fighter. He's had some terrible fights where he just, won the fight running and all that, but he's had some amazing fights, some of the best fights we've seen. And he has had some of the best striking performances that the UFC has ever seen. But that is not, so that is a martial artist recognizing another. And in that case, it's great to see somebody like that know that you have what it takes.
Dricus right here. Just to follow up to you, right? Sean said he reached out to you and you had agreed to lay off the abuse comments. Is that accurate? Can you give your side of it? I believe it was through DMs, maybe.
Yeah. So this happened the day after the altercation in the crowd, and I'm talking about, I arrived in South Africa as we were on the runway, still taxiing to where we get off, I opened my phone and I saw a DM from Sean Strickland, and I thought it was maybe like a fan page, going to be hate mail or something like that. And I see, no, it's actually Sean Strickland's page. I do follow him. And it said, hey, so something along the lines of, listen, this is what happened. I'm sorry what I said about your coach and you, but if there's anything that's crossing the line for you, just, and he's like, listen, I know we sell a fight and all that, but if there's anything out of line that I said that you want me to pull back, like, I'll apologize. I'll even take back what I said. I'll remove post. And I mean, I feel kind of like this is not a great move to, but he brought it up. I would have never told the media about this. Otherwise, this happened 5 weeks ago. I would have talked about it. You know, I don't want to expose a man in that way. It's not my style. I was actually surprised that I saw him make it public that he did message me, because I didn't want to out him on that. But since we're talking about it, and he, so he said, if there's anything that he shouldn't say, like, he'll lay back. But if I bring up the thing with his childhood again, he said, I'll kill you and ruin your life and mine way before we step into the cage, something like that. That's exactly his words. So I'm like, okay, so this poor guy, this seems pretty serious. I feel bad for him. But I just replied and said, listen, there's nothing you can say that has any effect on me. Like, go crazy. You're talking about me kissing other dudes. I have more photos. I post them online. I don't care. Jeez, you think I care? I'm completely comfortable with my sexuality. Have you seen my girl? My guy. Yeah. So I don't care about that. You know, me kissing my coach, kissing my dad, kissing my brothers. I don't feel like people saying, oh, that's gay. So what? I don't care. I love those people. That's my family. And, you know, it doesn't really, there's nothing he can say that can get under my skin. There's a shield here. I'm the mentally strongest fighter in the world. And I told him, you can say literally whatever you want. All is fair in love and war. But I won't say anything about your child again. Cool. You know, and that's how it came down to. And
If, sorry, one more. If there wasn't a title on the line, if this was just another fight, do you think the trash talk would have gone to this place?
If it went down the way, if he said what he said, yeah, exactly the same. Like, if you go look at that press conference, I approached it like every other one, having respect for my opponent. It's my opponent's decision how I'm going to react in terms of if you want to keep this civil and respectful or not. And I came in there with the mindset of being respectful, but like I said, I won't be pushed around. So whether it's a title fight or not, I approach all of them exactly the same. For me, this fight, the Whittaker fight, my debut against Marcos Perez, exactly the same up here. James.
How's it going? Good to see you. I know you talked a bit about like what's next for the winner of this fight. You talked a bit about Khamzat Chimaev. I was curious where you think Jared Cannonier fits in the title picture, just with him having a win over Sean Strickland already. Like, how do you rate him in the division?
Yeah, that's such a hard question. I think he's sometimes overlooked. Jared Cannonier. I actually met him at 296 as well. Super nice guy. And yeah, everybody was looking forward to the division being shaken up, because I mean, if you look at a year ago, it was Izzy and Rob up there, and the rest of the division almost down here, and we caught up quickly. And look at the whole division; everything looks different now. But right now, there's so many options because we didn't have options. That was the problem, and that's why I was so surprised that the UFC picked me to fight Rob, because you're sitting with what the UFC did. Look at all the contenders. They first fought for the belt. They would fight up into the top 5, 3, fight Adesanya, lose that fight, then they get Robert Whittaker. Because the UFC knew if you give any of these contenders to Robert Whittaker, we don't have another contender. We're just going to have Rob and Izzy the whole time. And that's how they planned it out. You could see it. It was Izzy, then Whittaker. Vittori. All of these guys, that's how even Cannonier himself fought the champ, fought Whittaker. With me, I'm like, yeah, they want me to be a contender. And all of a sudden they phone me and they go, "You get Rob." I go, "Okay." So this is sink or swim. For them, that's what this was. They're like, "We need Rob out of here." Like, we love Rob, but at the end, they're like, "We can't do Rob and Easy every time." And we have this crazy South African guy who's super strong and weirdly knocks everybody out. Let's give him to Rob and see what happens. And that was a big test for me. That was for them. They went, if he loses, if he wins, we have something on our hands. And I went out there and I did my job. And the same with Cannonier right now. There's so many people and so many contenders that it's almost hard because you have to make the right decision at the right time. Because a fight that's going to be hyped up and sold and selling like crazy right now is not necessarily the one that's going to have that kind of hype 6 months from now.
What was it like training with MMA Guru?
I didn't train with him. He was just there. I know he did some pad work because I was in the middle of my camp. He did some pad work with Cameron Simon. They did a boxing session. But man, I don't know if you guys saw that photo of me and him, and people thought it was Photoshop. It wasn't. It was, obviously the angle was upwards, but I thought he was like a short, fat guy. To be honest, I thought like he was going to be a little bit overweight and short. When I saw him, he was in great shape. Like, he was in good shape, and he was super tall. So that was really cool. And yeah, I mean, it was great to meet him. You know, seeing MMA enthusiasts like that, meeting guys who really start. I mean, all of you guys as journalists had to start somewhere. I mean, a lot of, especially in MMA, there was only one reason to get into this, and that was the passion for the sport. I can be wrong, but that's how I, as a fighter, and most journalists who cover MMA, I believe, got into it, is the passion you have for it, and he's one of those guys. So, yeah, it was great to have him there. I took him with the team. The team, we had a fight with Mark Hume at a local event there where I came up, and he joined us there. We got him tickets to go to the show, and he watched us train. So, yeah, I think he had a great time in South Africa.
So last one for me, not looking past Saturday, but if you go out there and you come out pretty much unscathed, is UFC 300 a possibility for you? Would you want to get on that card?
Listen, if there's one thing I can tell you that I've learned from this industry is don't say anything about after a fight, because they will crucify you whether you're injured or not. But let me tell you this, that would be ideal. That would be an ideal situation. I would love to fight UFC 300. As a champion, it doesn't get much, much bigger than that. Except if we take it to South Africa.
Hi, Keith Whittier with Auto Life Magazine.
Hi, Keith.
I would love to ask, what would becoming the champion mean to you? Because one of the things that I really appreciate is that your singular focus seems to be on Saturday, with the exception of the UFC 300 question. I haven't really heard you talk about anything beyond this Saturday, and I know that's your singular focus. So what would becoming champion mean to you?
Yeah, becoming champion is a culmination of 15 years of my life. The amount of times that I couldn't attend family matters, the amount of times that I couldn't attend weddings, just to get on top of my head, great parties, that's never going to happen again. Like once in a lifetime parties, I'm telling you, that I couldn't go to. And just the sacrifices that's made, and, you know, having my whole family and friends, the close circle has been there since I started this at the age of 15. My dream to become a UFC champion. All the sacrifices they made, all the people that's coming from South Africa, friends, I'm talking about 100+ people, close friends, people I know that's coming to Canada. It's an expensive trip. It's a long trip. Coming just to watch me perform and become world champion. Having guys like the Springbok team, they are titans in the world of sports. They are probably the most successful sporting unit on earth. Reach out and showing support. That feeling of having a whole nation waiting for you to be, and wanting you, truly wanting in their hearts, want you to be successful, that feeling is undescribable. It's so much bigger than my own personal goals, because this started out as a personal goal and it became a goal for South Africa, for my country, for all the people around me that I promised I'm going to do this, to make it worthwhile for them. And to win this bout, for me, on a personal note, for my family tree, for my brother's kids, for my kids, for my dad that gave me everything, To every Du Plessis that's going to come, this will be in the history books, and this is massive. And I've always imagined it to be like that, to have that legacy, to have the biggest legacy that my family tree has ever seen, and make myself, my family, my country, and my people proud. It would mean absolutely everything. There's nothing in the world that would mean more to me than win that belt.
While you've been here, I've noticed that you've been hanging out with the guys at Primal MMA. What kind of a difference does it make when you're far from home, when you're embraced by a local scene here?
Yeah, that's very true. I couldn't believe. I know Canada gets a lot of shit from the world media. Well, not media. Like, I mean, if you watch TV, South Park, for example, I mean, they're not too fond of the Canadians I've seen. And when I got here, I've never been to Canada. Never been to Canada. And I get here and I love it. I go, here we go. When we get here, I go, cool. First interaction with a Canadian person in Canada, let's see. And I go, okay, that guy was exceptionally nice. Because I know that's the kind of shit they get for being too nice. And then everybody's being nice to me. And then we get into an Uber and we drive, I don't know, I'm not 100% sure, but maybe 30 minutes from here to find the gym. And the Uber driver takes us there. I think it's a $40 trip. We get there, the gym is closed, as I can see, and there's like a snow blizzard starting. And we get out of the Uber, and I'm not accustomed to snow. I'm like, how long does it take till I get frostbite? Am I going to die now? I have a fight. I can't get frostbite right now. And I jump back in the car, and the trip's over. Like, we walked around the building, me and Mark, my teammate, and I jump back in the Uber, and the Uber he almost gets a fright because he's looking at his next trip. And I'm like, sorry, man, I can't be out there. There's a blizzard. And he says, okay, no problem. I said, can I extend my trip? And he says, it's not possible. And we go, I said, no, okay, let's just see if there's a gym around. We don't find anything. He says, do you guys want a coffee? I said, yeah, sure. Drive to a coffee. We're on the clock, so perfect. We get there. This guy gets us coffee. I give him money and to get himself one too. And he says, no. And he swipes his card, and it was like $10 for the coffee for the three of us at a Timmy's. And he gets the coffee, and I'm like, wow, cool, maybe put it on my tab. So this guy says, no, we didn't use the Uber app for this, and that was $40. So just give me $20 for the trip back, the exact same trip. And he bought $10 worth of coffee. And I gave this guy $40 because I thought, that's not right. Like, guy, come on. And so, I mean, that is just a testimony of how nice the people really was. And then we get to that gym, and everybody was just super nice, and it felt like that old school feeling, this basement gym. No, it's amazing, and the people have been very accommodating. You can call me a fan of Canada, 100%.
How about that dip in the lake?
That was not so cool. That was I have to say, that was not so cool. I'm glad I did it. Now, I hated it just as I got out. I mean, when I heard what the degrees of water is, I didn't care because I do it at home every day. 2-3 degrees, but when I got out and it was minus 10, 11 with that wind, and it was a 5-minute walk for us back to the car, and my hair just at 15 seconds, hair frozen solid. I've never seen that in my life. Once again, this is where I think, okay, this is a big problem. I couldn't use my hands. It felt terrible, but I mean, things we would do for the camera, right? Thank you, everybody.
Arnold.
What's up, buddy?
No, you're not officially Canadian, but I feel like you've kind of been adopted as an honorary Canadian.
Yeah.
You train TriStar. So how's fight week been now that the hard part's over and it's only a couple days away?
Yeah, no, it's exciting. It's been a tough camp, long notice, grueling camp, and I'm happy to be at the arse end of it and be in fight week. You know.
Why was it so difficult or hard? Was there like injuries in camp, or was it just you pushed yourself harder in this one?
Just the style of the partners we were bringing in, adjustments we had to make, and even just it was a long notice. They give such a long notice. It was like 16 weeks, and I was like, okay, yeah, cool. But yeah, that's the main reason, and gives you a bit of time to do trial and error, try new techniques, bring in different partners, and we had some big dogs coming in trying to put it on me week in, week out, and it's a long time.
Do you like these 16-week camps, or do you prefer it to be the 8 weeks? Because 16 weeks, I would imagine, is tough on your body.
8's quite nice. 8's quite nice.
I'm curious when you bring up like it's been a hard camp preparing for Mosvar. Like obviously Max is one of the better fighters in the division, but he's primarily kind of a stand-up guy. Is preparing for a guy like Mosvar in some way more difficult than preparing for a guy like Max Holloway because of the style that Mosvar brings into the octagon?
No, not really. That camp was fucked up. I had some injuries, some bad shit, so it was rough. But yeah, no, this one's definitely been better.
What do you make of Mosvar's skill set in there? Because I know obviously he's been struggling to get big names, highly ranked guys. So even he says like, they haven't really seen what I can do against the best of the division. So what do you make of his skill set in there?
I think he's a really good athlete, really good fighter, highly talented, highly skilled, and yeah, dangerous opponent, and I can kind of relate to some of those feelings when I was coming up, like wanting to fight top guys and no one wanting to give up their ranking spot to fight someone below him. But there's tougher fighters outside of that. Sometimes I look up and I'm like, oh, that guy's ranked higher than me and he's an easier fight than this one. So it's very easy to be number 3 and then be like, oh, I'm only fighting 2 or 1. And it's just like, everyone does that. It sucks. Just, it's MMA. The rankings are kind of, whatever. So it don't mean anything unless you're number 1.
Did you have to sign posters with him?
Yeah, I didn't have to. He asked if it was okay. I was like, yeah, sure. Some guys are weird, man. Like some guys are weird, but he's cool. He seems cool. I thought people when I walk in the room, I sort of give them a nod, like, "You all right, mate?" And they're just like angry, and I'm like, "All right, weirdo." And I won't say any names, but some guys have thought are proper weird guys. So, yeah.
Did you talk much while you were signing posters?
Nah, not much. Just kind of, he had his whole team there, and they were talking in different languages, and I was just like, okay.
Arnold, over here. We talked about you've done a lot of training at TriStar. You've spent a lot of time in Canada. How does it feel to finally be fighting in Canada?
Yeah, it's cool. Actually, before the car was announced, like someone said about them coming to Canada, I kind of assumed I came here in 2015 to start training at TriStar, and I've never been anything to do with any Canadian event, and I made a joke about it, like, oh, I definitely want to be on that one. And yeah, now I'm on it. It's pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool.
Fighters talk all the time about how much they learn from taking a loss, something that you had not done in so long.
Here we go. I've been asked this question about 50 times.
Where was your head
It's
at?
shit. Losing is shit. However you spin it, losing sucks. I get half my money. I missed out on a title fight. I would have probably made $1 million on pay-per-view. I'm fucking broke. My mother-in-law bought me some Gucci slides, which is pretty cool, for my birthday. I can't afford them myself.
So then, is that one reason you kind of jumped to this Mosvar fight? You said, well, this is my chance to just get right back in there and get that title fight, get that $1 million or however much you're going to get for it.
Yeah, I don't care about the money. I'm joking about that, but yeah, I want to be world champion, and this is the fight I think puts me back into the title picture. After the Holloway fight, I was asking for Ortega because same thing I was saying earlier, like he was a fight I thought was easier than these guys down the line, and he was a higher ranked guy. It was like it made sense, but I want easy matchups. This guy's tougher. He's undefeated. He's coming to prove his own claim for a title, and I want to show I'm still there in that picture.
Arnold, right here. Sorry about that. Asked Mosvar about your takedown defense earlier, and you haven't been taken down, I don't think, since 2018. He says, well, he hasn't, been tested. He hasn't been tested by anyone on his level. I mean, what are your thoughts of his wrestling, and do you feel you have faced someone, on his level?
maybe not in the wrestling. Most of the guys I've been fighting recently have been strikers, so that stat is a bit skewed because they're all strikers, right? Holloway's not going to shoot a takedown. Calvin Kattar's not really going to shoot a takedown. Dan Hooker's not going to shoot a takedown. So, yeah. But, also, like, I think he's basing a lot off of one fight where I fought and I got taken down a bunch and controlled on the ground. I think he's asked for me a lot, and I'm pretty sure he's seen that fight, and he's like, he's not going to... He's going to get taken down, whatever. I had pre-COVID in that fight. I was sick as a dog, so I don't like to make excuses, but it's no excuse if I won the fight. So, yeah, after like a minute, I was gassed the fuck, had no cardio, and I got taken down, and I figured I'd lay on my ass until I could choke the guy out, and it worked out.
And just one more. Obviously, there is a title fight coming up. What is your pick for Volkanovski at Topuria?
I've answered this 100 times today as well. Let me think. I want to give you a different answer than I've given other people. I think Topuria is going to beat him.
Really?
That's a different answer than I've given everyone else.
Thanks.
No worries.
Over here, Arnold.
I did.
Aside from the training, what's your favorite part about being in Canada?
I love home. I have a lot of family here, a lot of good friends here, and a lot of people I really like at the gym training with. I do enjoy the winter. Like, it kind of brings a nice aspect to the training, like a little Rocky theme, When I first sort of got into the UFC and I got a little bit of money, I thought about going down to Miami to train, and I was just seeing people I know train there, sitting on the beaches and like living the dream, and I was just like, nah. Like, that's not me. That's soft. I'm not doing that. So I come to Canada and the concrete looks pretty shit. It's cold. The roads are crazy. There's potholes, and the French Canadians ain't the politest. But it's nice. I like it. It works.
Have you gotten into hockey at all since you've trained in Canada? It's obviously pretty big.
Yeah, no, I've actually been watching hockey, and in Montreal, the Habs, the goalie, his name's the same as my brother, Jake Allen, so it's actually kind of weird. You can get a Jake Allen jersey. But, I'm a sellout now, though. I'm a Leafs fan.
There you go. Good answer. Obviously, TriStar is sort of known for being one of the premier gyms, but I know, there's obviously a lot of new people there training. Who do you get to work with over there? Like, who helped you prepare for this fight, as far as main training partners?
Yeah, a lot of guys. We have, Mossad Bektik was coming in to help me. Ayman Zahabi was really helping me all the time. Louis Sanadakis, and he's a great training partner. So many guys. Mehdi, he's an Iranian wrestler, like good professional MMA fighter now. He's like 4-0, 5-0, but comes from Iran. He's a strong boy. He's a good wrestler, same weight. There's so many guys to name, but week in, week out, it's in the camp, it's trying to bring different guys in, the pressure, and having Faraz at the head of the ship, sort of running things. There's always new guys coming in, and if this guy's a bit fatigued, he brings someone else in, and then it was hell.
I'm glad you brought up Louis. Are you surprised the UFC hasn't picked him up? Obviously, he's very talented. Pretty much everyone I talk to at TriStar just raves about him as a training partner.
Yeah, I'd love to see him get his opportunity. Someone, he's so good. He's, through this camp, I train with him, and he always shows up, pushes the pace, whatever's needed, and he's a funny guy, a cool guy. Like, he definitely deserves an opportunity. I'd love to see him get it.
And just last one for me. I don't know if you pay attention to this, but what are your thoughts on being the underdog in this fight, just considering who you fought and who you've been in the cage with?
I don't care.
Back here. So George St. Pierre, he did an interview this week, and he said that he's picking you to win by third round knockout. So how important has a guy like George been to you in your journey?
Yeah, George was kind of the main reason I came to TriStar to train. I grew up watching GSP and idolized him in a way. And they said don't be heroes. So when I met George, he was actually even nicer in person. He's a bit of a quirky, funny guy, but he's awesome. And just when you get to train with someone like that, and he gives you some pointers, and it really sticks. Someone I consider the GOAT, like he's the best of all time for me. He's done it all, and even in his retirement, he's still a true martial artist. So he still trains more than a lot of guys that are competing. He's in great shape, and he's a good role model all around.
Nice. And obviously, this is not England, but does this kind of feel like a home game for you?
Yes and no. Like yes and no. It kind of is like a second home to me, but you know, I don't know if these guys perceive it that way for me.
Arnold, sorry, one more thing. I know you might have your own title fight to worry about soon if everything goes well on Saturday, but I was curious for your thoughts on the middleweight main event between Strickland and Du Plessis, if you have a pick there.
I haven't actually thought about it too much, but you know, Dricus has got a very awkward style. Looks like a big, strong boy. Strickland also has an awkward style too, very different. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Strickland. I think Strickland's gonna get the win there. I think he's gonna be able to put the pressure on him and keep it going. I think Strickland gets the win.
Who made this merch for you?
My missus. She runs the almighty merch shop. You know, she kills it. My missus kills it. She does all the T-shirts, the designs, this stuff. Yeah. I just post some shit on Instagram now and then, and she's like, "Don't share that." I'm like, "Okay, sorry." Yeah. Thanks, guys.
I'm going to try to be a little bit nicer today, guys. Talk to the people. Said, hey, shut the fuck up a little bit. So I'm going to try to, I can't say I'm going to try not to say the F word. And fuck isn't the word, so we're going to try to be better. Lance, don't let me fuck this one up. So maybe if you guys can hit the bleep button every time it slips out.
So they...
Yeah, we'll get there. Some new faces here, man. I like this.
So they let you into Canada.
Oh, this fucking guy. Yeah, man. Fucking here. It was actually really easy to get in here. Really easy. Yeah. Fucking A.
I wanted to ask you about your relationship with Dricus, because if we look at the timeline, he said some stuff at the conference. You tried to bite him. You DM'd him and said, I'm going to stab you. And then
No, I didn't DM him and say I'm going to stab him. I didn't DM him and say I'm going to stab him. I DM'd him and said, Dricus, where the fuck his name is, I like you. You're a fucking stand-up guy. You fight hard, you know. You fucking, yeah. You might be occupying a country, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. They're slowly taking that one back. Sorry, South Africans. But should I talk about this? Getting along the woods. No, I just simply said, man, that, like, you know, that's a line that you probably, you know, I prefer that we didn't go there. And you guys, I shit on everybody. I mean, I make fun of your gay little pirate earring. I guess I can say gay, right? That's different. Is that more on the
I say it's on the cusp.
The cusp, gay, yeah. So I can make fun of your gay little pirate ear, but so I go hard, man. I made fun of fucking Sean O'Malley's wife, you know, getting fucked by his buddy. I made fun of fucking the cucky and Gary, you know, and like. But the difference is, and I was just telling DC this, like, dude, you went on a podcast and you joked about calling a homie to fuck your wife. Like, I didn't go like, you know, I didn't go make fun of anything that you didn't joke about. Like, you made fun of, like, this isn't traumatic for you. You just said, hey, man, I wanted my buddy to fuck my wife. You know, I wanted to throw her some D. And again, I'm not even hating on that. Or like the Cucky and Gary. I didn't go out and say, you know, I hey, I'm Googled, I made up the definition of wag, you're a wag. You went out there and you put your wife front and fucking center. You put her front and fucking center. You made her design a shirt. You made her fucking hold the baby while you wear it, laugh it. You put her front and center. You are a fucking cuck. You know, so it's like, I go hard on everybody. Sometimes some shit gets on me. I'm fully aware of that, but it is what it is, man.
So do you think this this new sort of angle people are using against you is, oh, he can give it, he can't take it? Do you think that's fair, or do you think it's inaccurate?
Here's the thing, guys. I don't need to be fucking right. The people, fuck the people. If one day I wake up and like, you know, like the Cucky and Gary, everybody hates me, you think I give a fuck? You think I give a fuck if I walk down the street and someone says, oh yeah, there's Sean Strickland, fuck him. I don't care. Enjoy, motherfucker. You better just do it far enough away because I'll hit you. I'm not fucking Colby Covington, bro. I'm not like, you know, I'm not Chris Curtis. I'm not going to delete my fucking Twitter. Like, you know, enjoy, man. You want to go call me a fucking, you know, whatever you want, enjoy. Have at it. Just do it online.
When we look at Dricus as a fighter, right, he's been described as awkward as a view sometimes, but he's clearly a strong, physical guy in there. When you look at him and you look at it from a fighting perspective, where is he going to cause you the most problems?
Yeah, you know, I think it's going to be a harder fight than Izzy. You know, fucking Kitty Izzy. It's going to be like the thing about Dricus is, dude, he just likes to fight. You know, it's like, is he the best? Nah, probably not. But like, he goes in there and he just fucking fights to win. You know, and that's a hard fight, man. I've trained with a lot of guys I'm way better than, and they just mentally want to be there, and that makes it a tough fucking fight. But I'm better than him. I'm a better grappler. I'm better fucking jiu-jitsu. I mean, your accolades are, what is his accolades? He fucking beat a dead horse, Derek Brunson. I mean, it's even in the UFC. Yeah, I mean, they fucking cut him after that. That performance was so fucking terrible. Like, Derek Brunson fucking, like, I think he might have died on the fucking stool, dude. Like, we need to bring back TRT, man. Thank God USADA's fucking gone. You know, maybe we could bring back Derek Brunson. But, like, I mean, come on now. And then you go fight Whitaker, and Whitaker was a great fight, but it's like, I mean, was that the Whitaker we've ever seen? Whitaker fucking quit, you know? Or maybe he's just that fucking good, but I just think he fought two dead horses. Put him out to pasture.
Last one for me. You know, you kind of made it clear that, you know, you're happy with the money, but you're not necessarily like, oh, I'm the champion of the world, and you take value in that. What do you want your title reign to look like, right? You can fight the next guy, or you have people like Ian Gary saying he's going to come up and fight you, or Colby wants to fight you. So would you try and pick these money fights, or do you want to just make yourself known as the champion who fought everyone?
Dude, I don't give a fuck about this belt. Like, this is the fucking Matrix, man. You guys understand, like, I like you guys. You guys are all good fucking people, but, you know, like, what? I lose this fight, I go back to the fucking Apex, and we do our little song and dance for a couple more years, and I vanish. Like, this is all fucking bullshit. I love the UFC. You know, they give me lots of money. I'm happy, but, like, this is fucking. We all know what I am. We all know what we are. Dricus might wear a suit, and he might say that I'm the champion, I'm something, but you are a fucking whore. You take your fucking clothes off. Somebody says, I'm going to give you this much money to try to kill a man. And I don't know, how do I forget that? Do I just make believe? Do I just pretend I'm fucking like a LeBron James flying around in a private jet? No, motherfucker. No, that ain't gonna happen. What, you think do you think I can retire now? You think I got enough money to retire now? I'm a fucking champion of the world. You think I have enough money to retire now? Fuck no, I'm gonna be working my ass a job if I were to leave. Champion of the world means jack shit. So as far as a belt goes, fucking favorite quote: they'll fight for 10 a ribbon, giving 10 a ribbon. We're just a bunch of fucking assholes trying to get a check.
Sean, Neil Dave, you go ahead then.
In Australia, before you're on the fight, you know, you kind of ran into some fans and you joked around.
Oh, yeah.
Did you have any run-ins with fans here?
Nah, man. I mean, it's so fucking cold here, you guys. I mean, how do you... There's a homeless tent outside. How the fuck are you homeless here? I almost want to ask. Like, I want to get to know the homeless. Like, how do you live in this fucking cold? But, nah, man, we're Canadians. I think they're bigger pussies in Canada. I mean, come on now, you guys. Like, fucking... You know, they gave us hockey, and they're not even good at it. Like, come on, dude. It's like, I like the, you got some new jewelry, man. Looks good, dude. Yeah.
Damon Martin did an interview with a bunch of your former training partners and current training partners and coaches this week, and all of them had kind of glowing reviews of just training with you. Like Sam Alvey saying you're one of his favorite training partners. Brad Tavares said, you know, just spoke glowingly of you. So do you think you're kind of misunderstood in the eyes of fans because the people that you train with every day only have positive things to say about you?
Here's the thing, dude. This is like the fucking Trump-style media. I've never been a fan that doesn't like me. Generally, I meet people, and we have great interactions, and we ask for photos, but it's like, you fucking cucks, you know? No offense, you guys. I'm sure not a lot of you guys are fucking cucks. There's some cucks out there. But, you know, you go and, like, you do these fucking headlines that, oh, Sean made fun of this, Sean made fun of that. Like, you guys are like... But that's how you get your views, you guys. You don't get your views reporting on good shit, you know? You guys are the fucking, as they would say, drain the swamp. Like, you guys are, but that's how you get your clickbait. You just can't be like, hey, Sean had a good day. He met so-and-so. You got to be like, hey, Sean said something racist. He made fun of his co-main event. Like, that's how you guys get your views, man. So just fucking, your world is not the real world. You know what I'm saying?
Sean right here. Just to follow up on that, to your right.
Oh, right, man.
Last time we saw you...
That's quite the beard, man. That is quite the beard.
It is. It migrated from my head. I can't.
Yeah, that's good, dude.
Last time we saw you in Canada was in Moncton in 2018. And the Sean Strickland of 2018 was a very different person. The answers to the press were yes sir, no sir. And at some point you kind of... Well, actually, I want you to tell us. Did you find yourself? Did you become more comfortable? Was there a realization that I got to start saying more to get the attention?
You know, man, a lot of it was like where I came from. So I came from being a white trash, shaved head, kicked out of school for a fucking hate crime. I came from being like such a piece of shit. So it's like, whenever I got in front of a camera, you look at your peers. You look at the guys at the time who were the champs, you know, and they carried themselves so well and they wore fucking suits where you're like, man, I want to have money. I want to distance myself from who I was. So I really tried to fit that fucking image, and I fucking hated it, man. Every time I wore a fucking suit, I felt like a cunt. Like, I just felt like, you know, I felt like I didn't belong. I didn't feel like I didn't fit. And I fucking tried. I thought I'd make more money that way, but it fucking apparently not. And then after my motorcycle accident, I'm still missing shit in my leg. They pretty much, you know, I was just going to come back. I had like 2 more fights left on my contract. I was going to come back, get a check, and just fucking go be a welder or some shit, but... It just fucking worked out, man. Honestly, it's way more freeing not to have to like try to fit the mold of a fucking superstar. You know, it's like it's way fucking better. Way fucking better.
In terms of Dricus, we've heard a lot about him getting his nose fixed and how his cardio is better. We didn't get to see a full 3 rounds with Rob, but What's your thoughts on his cardio? Can he hang in there with you for 5 rounds?
Yeah, I'm sure he can, man. I mean, it's fucking getting his nose fucking fit. I didn't know his nose was broken, but fucking apparently. Fuck, dude. Yeah, man. Like, we'll find out. We'll find out. You know, I think mentally I'm prepared to fucking die in there as always. Always, that's my mindset. You know, and I never really game plan. It's just going in there and fucking do work. So here we are.
Last one for me. UFC 300 is right around the corner. If they came to you after this and said, hey, Sean, can you make that turnaround? Izzy wants to run it back. Is that something you would do?
Yeah, fuck, man. As of all things, how much money you paid me? As of now, no. But how much money you paid me?
Thanks.
Sean, Neil Davidson from the Canadian Press. Welcome to Canada.
Oh, congratulations! Yeah, fucking the Canadian Press, man. Were you a COVID bank account stealer too? Were you on board with that?
No.
Are you left wing or right wing? Were you a Trudeau? We got one of the fucking commies with the press. We got to know where this man stands. Were you non-biased?
I think I'll ask the questions here.
Oh, he thinks he'll ask. Oh, we fucking know. Maybe I should just pass on this motherfucker. He's gonna go back. He's gonna go back and fucking give my bank account information to fucking Trudeau.
Well, it's probably a good bank account. I wanted to ask you about what life has been like as a champion. I'm sure there have been a lot of pluses, but maybe a few minuses. You're in the public eye now. What has it been like in the short time since you've had the belt?
Oh, man. Fucking, guys, nothing changes, man. You go to Walmart, you get recognized more, but, like, you know, my bank account's a little bigger. I mean, it's a little bigger. It's not much bigger. It was a little bigger. I'm not going to fucking retire after this one, win or lose, you know. I'm not going to go lay in a fucking bathtub with flower petals, but I don't know, man. It's like, do you guys think that you get a belt and, like, everything changes? Like, what do you think happens? Like, I get a belt and everything, like, all of a sudden, like, my dick's made of gold? Like, what do you guys think happens? I get, like, what do you think? You know, nothing changes. I'm still the same asshole. I just have this metal, I'm sure it's not even gold. I just have a fucking metal gold-plated belt in front of me.
Hey, Sean, over here. I saw you train with Johnny Eblin.
Oh, here's a Canadian.
That's right.
You're not a dirty liberal, though. I've known you for a while. You don't ruin our friendship. Are you a fucking liberal?
I'm not a liberal. No.
Okay.
I didn't vote for Trudeau. Johnny Eblin, what was it like getting to train with him?
Wait, you say you're a liberal for Trudeau?
No. I said I did not vote for Trudeau.
Oh, there we go. This guy's the fucking man. This not the guy. This guy's with the fucking opposition, man. Who gave this guy a fucking press badge?
Johnny Eblin, though, what was it like getting to train with him?
Oh, Johnny's a man, dude. Johnny's a fucking man, dude. He fucking world champion, you know. I think as him being in Bellator, he doesn't get the respect he deserves, you know, because it's fucking Bellator. But now he's going to PFL. Yeah, he's a fucking savage, bro. Yeah, I was
just going to ask, like, getting to train with him, did he come and help you for this fight, or he just came through and you got to train with him?
No, so me and him, we've known each other for years. We've been training together for years. Every time I'm in town, I train with him. He's in town, he trains with me. So it's like, I think it just kind of happened to be that way. But yeah, it was fucking good, man. He's a fucking savage. You know, a lot of Bellator guys and PFL guys, they don't get the respect they deserve, but he's a fucking savage.
And just looking ahead here, you referenced Ian Gary earlier. It seems like he does want to move up and fight you at some point. Do you want to fight him, or is that something you're not even worried about?
Ah, fuck, dude. This is what the UFC, the fucker. I mean, here's the thing, man. I think rankings should matter, you know, for like the cuck. Does he really want to fight me?
He said it in an interview. He says he wants to move up and fight you in a couple fights.
Oh, what a fucking cunt. What a cunt. Like, God, Ian Gary is such a fucking cunt, dude. When you guys interview him, like, do you ever ask him, like, hey, like, you know, like, do you ever ask him, like, what are you going to do when she's 60 and you're 40? And, like, are you allowed to fuck other women? Like, what a fucking, God, I hate that fucking guy. I hate that fucking guy so much.
So is that a no, or?
If Ian Gary was right in front of me, I'd fucking fight him. Ian Gary's he's a piece of shit, you guys. Like, I think we could all agree that Ian Gary is a piece of shit. You know, could I get a raise of hands? Everybody's raising their hands. Congratulations. Thank you guys. But I mean, he's a piece of shit. Like, what do you think about him making fun of what do you think as a Canadian, I
don't think he should lock his account when he's, you know, going after Jeff Neal and Neil Magny.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man. You know, I mean, after I did that, I posted my mugshot, you know. Fucking, it's funny. My charges are way more serious than fucking Geoff Neal's. Whatever it's Jeff Neal, Geoff, not a fucking guys. I dropped out of
Jeff Neal, I think.
I dropped out of fucking elementary school. I actually like that guy. I actually messaged him before. I was like, hey man, can I post a picture of my It's funny. And he was like, yeah, no worries. But I'm going to post mine next to it. But yeah, no, Ian Gary, he's a weak man. He's a fucking weak man. And this is what I try to tell people, man. You meet these fucking cunts all day long, and they smile, and they shake your fucking hand, and they smile, but really, like, their core is fucking rotten. And, like, you look at me, and I'm an asshole. I'm making fun of this liberal fuck, you know? Like, no offense, man. I mean, you know, I guess we need fucking liberals, you know? Kind of, maybe not. But you look at me and I say hard shit. Like, I make fun of my co-main event. I say hard shit. I'm like, oh, Sean, I'm not an asshole. I say everything. I'm just saying what you're thinking. Ian Gary is a fucking cunt, and he hides who he is.
And not looking past Saturday, do you have a preference of who, you know, if all goes well, you get the win. Would you have a preference of Chimaev, or would you want that fight back with Cannonier?
Well, it's kind of hard, man. I'd prefer somebody new. Chimaev, I mean, rankings fucking matter, dude. Like, why? Like, has Chimaev ever fought an 85er? Yeah, but who is he? I mean, he fought not a ranked 85er. Then he fought fucking. He took Usman off the couch for a fucking week. Like, come on, dude. Like, stop the fucking bullshit, UFC. Like, go back to being a real fucking sporting event. Go back to fucking rankings. I don't give a fuck who it is. Make the stack of money bigger. I'll fucking fight you. You know. Yeah.
Sean, we were talking before about how you have so much respect from your teammates, from peers. You said you've had great interaction with fans pretty much all the time. I did want to ask, you know, you're in Toronto. Welcome. Glad to hear it. It's been great.
Are you Canadian?
Of course I am.
Are you part of the fucking opposition? Are you?
I don't know how to phrase that.
I mean, you got like fucking. Yeah.
Well, I did want to ask.
Did you vote for Trudeau?
You know, I'm not going to say.
And let me tell you something right now. If a man says he's not going to say, like, if you ask a motherfucker, did you vote for Biden? He's like, well, I'm not going to say. That's none of your business. He voted for fucking Biden.
Sean,
so hey,
Sean, I'm glad you've had great experiences.
So this is what I'm talking about, you guys. The enemy of Canada.
Sure.
All right.
That's what it's got to be. It's got to be. We've got a pretty supportive gay and lesbian community in this city. I did want to ask you about something you wrote a couple of years ago. You said, if I had a gay son, I would think I'd...
Oh, look, another. I'm saying to you, the swamp, you guys, the swamp.
You become a champion, you become a star, and some would say...
Let me ask you something. Are you gay?
Have you had the chance to interact with a more diverse...
Let me know, are you gay?
Could I get an answer?
Well, no, I'm asking, this is a part of, are you a gay man?
I'm an ally of the community.
Okay. If you had a son and he was like, you know, you had a son, he was gay, you'd be like, oh man, you don't want a grandkid?
No problem with it.
Oh man, well, dude, you're a weak fucking man, dude. You're part of the fucking problem. You elected Justin Trudeau, like, when he sees the bank accounts, like, you're just fucking pathetic, and the fact that you have no fucking backbone. And has he shut down your fucking country and seized bank accounts? You ask me some stupid shit like that, go fuck yourself. Move the fuck on, man.
I feel like that doesn't really answer the question, but I did want to ask also things you said about the trans community. You said this past October when they announced the Bud Light sponsorship that you'd go so hard on Bud Light in your next fight, they'll have to accept me or denounce me when they know will know what they stand for.
This guy's like, hey, this Canadian's not that Canadian.
Are you still going to use your fight time to kind of speak on that?
Here's the thing about Bud Light. 10 years ago, to be trans was a mental fucking illness. And now all of a sudden, people like you have fucking weaseled your way into the world. You are an infection. You are the definition of weakness. Everything that is wrong with the world is because of fucking you. And the best thing is the world's not buying it. The world's not buying your fucking bullshit you're fucking peddling. The world is not saying, you know what? You're right. Fucking chicks have dicks. The world's not saying that. The world's saying, no, there are two genders. I don't want my kids being taught about, you know, who they could fuck in school. I don't want my kids being taught about, you know, their sexual preference. Like, dude, this guy is the fucking enemy. You want to look at the fucking enemy to our world? It's that motherfucker right there asking these stupid fucking questions. Sorry, I told the UFC I was being nicer. Lance, am I still good with this? Did I cross any lines? A little. What the fuck? I didn't say the F word. You just brought this fucking guy in here to piss me off.
You just did, but just to follow up, I mean, Rick.
Did I say it?
You just did.
No, I didn't say it.
Right there, you did.
Different F word, different. Yeah, I'm trying to be good, man. I'm trying to be good. I like the fucking gays. Here's the thing. I've never. You guys think I've ever shit on a gay man or shit on a gay one? I don't fucking. I like the gays. It's fucking freedom. We still have it in America. We'll teach you about it. You guys don't have fucking freedom of speech. I'm surprised what I'm saying is probably gonna get fucking. I'm probably gonna get the fucking Canadian government to arrest me. So I don't give a fuck who you fuck. I don't give a fuck what you want to do in life. But, don't fucking tell kids about it. Don't teach that shit in fucking school. Don't fucking push your agenda. Don't try to fucking brainwash people. Don't try to go past parents. Don't try to go up past all this shit and brainwash people, you fucking cuck.
So to follow up, Raquel was in here earlier. She did pick against you, but you don't have any issue sharing a card with Raquel Pennington?
No, I mean, I don't give a fuck, dude. I mean, here's the thing, guys. WNBA, let's just be honest. I'm not going to be offensive when I say this. WNBA, NBA. Who watches what? Who makes more money? Women's MMA, sure, have women's MMA. Have it a fucking thing. I don't like to watch it. I don't think most people like to watch it. If the females MMA were to separate from a male MMA, no one's gonna watch this shit. No one wants to watch this shit. Just what it is, man. I don't fucking know what to tell you, dude. Fucking, it is what it is. Like, why is that a bad? Like, again, do you want to watch a fucking sports car race a fucking Honda Civic? No, you want to watch a fucking sports car. There is a vast difference between men and women. Like, you even take this weak little fucking Canadian sitting next to you. He could probably beat up fucking Raquel Pennington. Like, the fact of the matter is, like, any one of you fucks could probably beat our co-main event in a fight. And now, I'm not saying you can't sit there and fucking enjoy it, but like, I don't want to go see fucking two fucking little cats fight. I want to see lions fight. But here we are. I'm sure they're great fighters, and fucking, let's go. Lance, is that good? Is that good? That's good though, right? I didn't say anything too offensive, did I? No, motherfucker. I'm being good. He's my handler, you guys. I'm being fucking good.
Last one. When Ian Gary says, you need therapy, do you agree with that at all, or is fighting your therapy? Like, where is your mind at on that kind of stuff?
I mean, I'm not one of those, don't do therapy kind of guys. Like, I think fucking, some fucked up shit happens to people and you should do fucking therapy, but I don't fucking need that. I know who I am. I know what I say. I'm aware of what I say. Like, I think I'm the sanest motherfucker in this room, I mean, especially with this fucking guy in here. But no, man, I'm solid, dude. I'm fucking solid. Yeah, I did cry on Theo Vaughn's podcast. That was a little awkward. But, fucking, we all have weak moments in life. That was just one of them.
Speaking of, I guess, that a little bit, your coach Eric Nixick said after the press conference, he described you as a little bit triggered, and he had to talk you down and talk about not fighting emotionally and stuff.
Oh no, I mean he sent me a message saying that, but I'm like, dude, I'm good, man. Like, I think that people see that and they see me, fight a man, and they think that's like a, I like to fight. That's the only thing in life that is fucking that I like to do. So it's like, there's no emotions. It's just go in there and do work. All right, guys, I think they're kicking us off. Any more questions?
Yeah, just two more. They just posted the most recent episode of UFC Embedded, and it showed a little exchange with you and Dricus in the lobby. It seems like you guys were fairly friendly. What's your thoughts on him, like, right now on fight week after all these interactions 3 days away?
Man, it's not like you don't go in there, like, even when I fought fucking Izzy, you don't go in there like, you think I'm laying in bed at night fucking beating off my dick, I'm going to fucking fight you, I'm going to fight you. No, that's not what it is, dude. This is my fucking job. My job is to fight you for 5 rounds to try to put you away. And that's all it is, and that's Dricus. We don't go in there angry. Like, we're at this fucking level, you guys. You think a NASCAR racer is fucking driving the circle, like, I'm going to fucking drive hard in the circle. Like, no, you just detach and you do fucking work.
And last thing, Australia last time, Canada this time. Where are they going to send you next?
Fuck, at least maybe a country with fucking freedom of speech. I want to talk to this fucking guy.
So where? What's your
fucking America, Vegas, bro? Like, anywhere in America. Fucking A. I mean, I like. Here's the thing about Canadians, guys. I love Canadians. I've never met a Canadian that I didn't like until today. Every time I meet a Canadian, they love guns, they love fucking freedom, they like women, and I keep thinking, how come all these Canadians I know, how is Canada so fucked up when all these Canadians I meet are awesome? And I meet this fucking guy, and I just think there might be a lot more of these guys I don't know about.
We'll see how the rest of your week goes. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah, but anyways, better today, you guys. We're doing good things. We're growing as a person. I guess maybe the belt's rubbing off on me. I'm going to get a big sponsorships.
Ooh, what's up, Canada?
Hey, Chris.
That is the greatest shirt I've seen today. Like, well done.
Skeeter was black, right?
Dude, he was black. Like, he was black. It's like you ever watch Arthur? Like Buster was. Yeah, Brain was black. Yeah, Brain was definitely black.
So tough act to follow with Sean up here, but.
Oh, did I just miss Sean? How great was that?
Great would be one way.
Who got insulted?
I think everyone, but. Yeah.
It was your hair. Your hair. You being Asian. Was it Asian or hair? Really? Wow. Good for him. He's growing. He's growing. Yeah. What'd you get? Hair. I got the hair. Who else? Nose. Even nose. Bro, why? That's fine. It's whatever. It's fine. It scares me, but whatever.
How much time have you spent with Sean leading up to this fight? Because you did some training in Colorado too, right?
Yeah, I just popped out there. It was early in camp. I'm one of those guys to where I'm honestly, like, looking back at it, everybody's kind of pointed out I do much better when I'm not in camp for 12 weeks. Like, I kind of I burn myself out and I freak out. So the first couple of weeks we kind of burned. We were still training hard, but I went around. I went out to Factory X for a little bit. Got to work with Coach Mark Montoya, which is really fun. I always say there's no thing as a perfect gym. Every gym's got things they're great at. And like Coach Mark, I mean, I get to train with Eric, one of the best coaches in the game, and Nate. But Coach Mark Montoya has a different like philosophy and way of fighting. So it's kind of cool to go out there and work with him. He helped out a lot. Got to work with Josh Friend, who's fun. I got beat up by what's his name, Justin Jacoby, who's like just better than me. I was like, yeah. Justin Jacoby's one of those guys you spar. I'm like, you're just better than me. Like, all right, fine. Like, screw it. So it was a good experience, though. I got some different mentality about things. But as far as the Sean thing, I see Sean every day of the week, like Monday, except for Sundays, thank God now. It used to be 7 days a week, but now I see him Monday through Saturday. So, I don't know. He's always, we got 2 different fights, 2 different camps, but he's always there. He's always helpful. So, spend a lot more time with Sean is probably healthy for a normal person.
Even Jesus needed 1 day off, right?
Fuck right, God, he bought his house, so like now, like I don't come home and have him yelling at me. Like, you don't know how many times we like live like literally across like from here to the wall from each other. So I come home, but first thing I hear is like Kurt. I'm just like, oh my God, like bro, go home. I'll be in my house, he's just there. Like, I'll be in my bathroom, just open the door, like, what's your problem, Miss Kurt? I was like, oh no, I'm taking a shit, bro. Like, what's my problem though? So it's kind of nice not having the random Sean appearances.
Is the Colorado stuff all kind of part of this mental refresh you're trying to do, getting off social media, just maybe trying a little bit of a break here? Is this all kind of part of the plan?
Most definitely. Like, I think my biggest thing is, like, so I'm someone who's very hard on himself. Like, I've always been hard on myself. I've always wanted to be better than the guy next to me, and when I'm not, it, like, eats me up inside. So I think the big issue for me was like the Nasruddin fight. The last fight was such a dumb fight for me to like. In hindsight, all of my coaches and my managers were like, "You should probably take some time." Like after the Kelvin fight, it was a really hard camp. Like I was mentally and physically, I was kind of beat up from the camp. But more so than anything, mentally, I was just fucking tired, bro. Like I was really tired. I was frustrated. I beat myself up that camp, and then to have it go down that way in a fight that I thought like came down to like one moment in the second round. It freaking like crushed me, man. So like to immediately go into another fight, everybody around me was like, Chris, we should probably wait a little bit. But I've known my entire life for making bad choices and not listening. So for me, instead of like, taking time to refresh and come to grips with stuff, I'm like, I'll just jump back in and do shit. And went back to another hard physical camp when I was already like mentally not in the greatest space, and like that was a miserable camp, bro. That was such a miserable camp. Cause I'm so like mad about about the Gastelum thing. I'm trying to like figure out what went wrong, and it was just dumb. And like I should have listened. So we got this one. We're cool with it, fine. My coaches and my manager all know that I need. I'm really good on like 5 weeks. I'm always in shape. 5 weeks is perfect. So they're like, hey, man, let's keep training, but let's go do some shit. Get away from Vegas. Get away from all the same people. See different things. Like, like train hard all you want, but do it somewhere else. Like see things. Have fun. So that was a big thing. Is Colorado was a good experience, but it was fun for me. And like I haven't really been having fun in camp in like a few years now. Honestly, since I got to the UFC, which is kind of like ironic, but try to make it more fun for myself and just enjoy. Remember, I enjoy this. Like I love this.
Hey, Chris, right here. So you mentioned.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. Good to talk to you. So you mentioned going to Factory X, and obviously I don't think he was there for this camp, but Julian Marquez, I know, fought Marc-Andre last year. Was it good for the coaching staff to sort of hone in on Marc-Andre just because Julian was preparing for him last year anyways?
Ironically, we didn't hone in on Marc-Andre at all. It was more so about not so much who I'm fighting, because who you fight changes. Who you fight, I mean, he could I like Marc-Andre, cross your fingers. But he could trip down the stairs, break his ankle today. I could be fighting somebody else come Saturday. So it's not really so much as about who you're fighting. That's going to change. There's always different intangibles in that. It's more so about what am I consistently doing or not doing that's creating issue. So that was something kind of nice too. I'm trying to focus less on the guy I'm fighting and more about, how can I make myself a more consistent package? Because honestly, I have to remember that I'm damn good at what I do. There are things I do consistently well, and there are things I do consistently bad. So it's kind of now we're just, hey, let's keep doing the things we do great. Let's keep doing it, but let's start cutting back on a few of those things we do consistently bad that are getting me in trouble at this level.
How different are things going into this fight than, say, your last one, just because of the switch up in camp? Like you said, not on social media, not doing much media. How are things different for you?
God, personalized, it's great. Being off social media was such a godsend. Oh man, I don't really want to go back. I was back on for 4 days because I needed So hey, fun story. If you guys ever don't have a phone number, you don't have social media, you are fucked. It is. No one has phone numbers. None of my teammates have each other. This is miserable. So I had to get back on to get a phone number from a teammate. Now I'm back off again. But even those 3 days on, man, you realize you spend time doom scrolling. You're kind of oh, nothing's going on. Pop your phone up when you're scrolling. And what do you see? You see people a lot of fake shit. You see people all these fucking fitness influencers doing their BS. All their other influencers doing their BS. You see people complain about shit. People dying and it's so toxic for your mind. Even me and my lady, we both got off social media, and she's she got back on to post some stuff, and she's oh, this is miserable. 3 days in, and she's I'm depressed. So, just being unplugged from it, and then as far as the sport, am I hitting the mic? Being unplugged from us, as far as the sport goes too. I have really great fans, but I think that I get overwhelmed with the interactions at times, and I'm naturally a combative person, I'm a talkative person, so I get drawn into that that downward spiral too quickly. It's just who I am, and everybody's different. Some guys, it rolls off their backs. For me, for the most part, I'm fine. But if I'm feeling a certain way that day, it's gonna strike a nerve, and I'm gonna be on a warpath. It's just better to be unplugged from it, man. Like I said before, it's a lot of peace of mind for me. We're still battling that part in camp to where I'm constantly judging myself, and I'm never happy with anything I do. It's great. We film all my sparring, and it's freaking wonderful because every day I feel I lose sparring. Every single day, this entire camp, I'm I lost my rounds. And my coaches are I don't even know why we talk to you. Just go watch the video. I'll go watch the video. I won my rounds. But, it's never enough for me. And that's just a personal thing. I got to figure that shit out. I don't know what to do. I kind of envy Sean in that point, man. I've never seen a dude who's got the ability to be heated and then just let it roll off his back and be okay, well, moving on. And, I got to... that's something I got to take from him, actually. So we're working on that. But this camp's just been great, man. I've kind of unplugged. We still have those mental battles, but I'm kind of just unplugged from it all and just focused on me and Marc-Andre. Everything else, it's noise. I'll deal with it later.
Speaking of Strickland, do you like being on the same card as him, or would you prefer to not be on the card just because your coaches will be tied up and all that, right?
I think we're far enough apart. It's not going to be too bad. It's kind of weird. It's cool. I don't think I've ever fought in the same car before. It kind of sucks, though, because I prefer to have him in his corner. I prefer to be, more supportive than I am now. But I'm a big boy. He's a big boy. We'll be fine. But honestly, I kind of like it. I'm probably only up here right now because Strickland's headlining this. And I was okay, well, he's first. So, hey, you know what? I love being up here, but I'll definitely, use ride in the wake of the Strickland show. And just it's fun for me to see you guys have to deal with it. And it's really fun being there on fight week and being so close to watch everyone else have to suffer. And you're how do you do this? I'm yeah, I'm a fucking saint. You guys, yeah, I'm a saint. You guys owe me.
And just last one for me, who will be in your corner for this fight if Sean isn't?
One of my teammates, Devin, is here. He's going to be here with me along with Nate and everybody else. Devin's about as awkward and pace-heavy guy as you can get, who's not Marc-Andre, just an awkward guy. He's going to run at you, punching, try to push from the cage, try to shoot takedowns. So Devin's just an awkward freaking round. So he's going to be here, just help me this week, whatnot. But honestly, we've got like half of Extreme Couture's big guy practice here, so fun times.
Chris, right here.
Right
You
here.
mentioned, sorry.
Who's
you
talking?
Right
Okay,
here.
I was like, what's happening? All right.
You mentioned how toxic things are online. I think in Vancouver you met one of your trolls. Was it Vancouver?
Yeah, it was Vancouver, yeah.
Have you met anyone here?
No, actually, here's been cool, but I haven't left my room really. But yeah, here's been fine. But yeah, I did meet a troll in Vancouver, which only goes to serve, it only like reinforces my point. I'll say this, people are like, oh, if you can't handle criticism, not everybody who says shit's a troll. I'm like, no, bro. Like, once again, I've never met anybody in person who can keep the same energy as they have online. It's just makes me realize, like I said before, man, like social media is just a refuge of cowards, and I just don't have the patience for it anymore. I'm old. I've got kids. Like, I wake up, my knees hurt now. I just don't have the patience for it, man. I just really don't.
I feel that. Marc-Andre has said that you are his ticket to the top 15. Does that add any motivation for you coming Saturday?
I mean, not really. Honestly, I was Brendan Allen's ticket. I was Phil Hauser's ticket and a lot of other people's tickets, and I sent them right back. Oh, shit, Brendan Allen got there, so good job him. He's killing shit. But everyone says that, and people are like, oh, you're a gatekeeper. I'm like, okay, but you still can't come in. Like, you can come and gatekeeper all you want. You can't come in. So, like, yeah, so you can believe that, and that's fine. Like, Marc-Andre's tough. I like Marc-Andre, but everything you do you're good at, I'm better at. I think I'm a better striker than you. I think I'm a better grappler than you. I think, honestly, my cardio matches yours, if not better. So, like, I'm not really sure what your plan is. You're either going to have to push me against the cage and try to stall for all life, which I'm better in the clinch than you, and I'll cut you down, or you're going to try to play outside and, try to pull my least favorite game plan. And that's fine. We've spent a lot of time working on that anyway. So, I mean, I can be a ticket all you want. A lot of fucking missed flights happen every day, man. So it's whatever.
Just a quick one. You said you haven't left your room. Is that just the weather?
It is cold here. It is a frozen hellscape. And, like, I love Canada. I love Canada. You guys really do. I love Toronto. You guys are awesome. But it is a frozen, cold, like, just, I don't know why you live here. It's just, like, the opposite end of the spectrum from Phoenix right now. And Phoenix is too hot for people to live. Like, it's too cold to be here. Beautiful city, but I hate the weather here, and this is fucking miserable.
This has been a warm winter.
I'm from Ohio, which makes me ashamed. Everybody from Ohio is right now, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I've been out of Ohio for like 7 or 8 years now, and I've lost my cold weather immunity. Like, the combination of just, like, honestly, I'm not going to lie, I'm being a bitch about it. And second, like, I'm really skinny right now. I was like really good camp, a lot of cardio. My body fat's really low. So, like, every wind, every breeze is just cutting through me. Like, I'm old, guys. This is like last year's the first year. Like, I wake up, my knees hurt. So now I wake up today, and I'm like, why are we here? I was looking out my window. I was like, why did we, like, I love you guys. But, like, can we come here when it's warm? Like, why do we do this? This is so weird. I hate this. There are warm places.
Chris, in the front right here. Will you talk to the referee about headbutts and stuff when he's coming in to give you your, go over the rules and stuff?
I mean, no, because apparently, like, who was it? Was it the last one? Not Nasruddin. That's the rules between a clash of heads and a headbutt are stupid. Like, so they called Herzog. I think it was Herzog, wasn't it? Called the Gaslam a clash of heads. But I was moving. I was above him, and he came up. I didn't come down. I was up and going backwards. It was weird. And then the Imavov fight, they're like, oh, it was a clash of heads. I was like, I was moving backwards, and you can't, like, I don't. So you know what? It doesn't matter because, like, I mean, no matter what happened, it's going to be a clash of heads. So unless he's, like, diving forward, so I'm just not gonna. I can't worry about it. Like, I can't. It's in the past. It happens. It's not the first time or the second time or third time I've been headbutted. Being a southpaw, it's one of those things that, like, everyone's like, oh, you're a southpaw, you're lucky. Like, well, the opposite side of that is, like, you're going to get run into when you're a 5'10" southpaw. So it is what it is, man. Like, fuck it. I can't worry about it. I'm just sitting here. Like, I'm expecting to get stitches. Like, it's fine.
Well, Marc-Andre said he promises to keep it clean, no headbutts.
Dude, Marc-Andre's a good dude. I like him. And, like, I don't think he'd do it intentionally, but also we just happen to fly into, like, apparently I just have, like, I got a big-ass head, so apparently it has a orbit. It has a gravity, and, like, shit's just pulled into it. So I don't know, man. I know he's a good dude. I like Marc-Andre, but I'm expecting to get stitches from a headbutt today, or Saturday. I just accept it. Like, all right, such is life. It's fine.
Hi, Chris. One over here. Hi, Chris. One over here on this side, to your right.
No, it was,
Hello,
I
sir.
thought
Hello.
it was him talking.
John Strickland's buddy here.
Oh, oof.
So the first time I ever interviewed you was way back in June 2018. If you can remember, you had just got that huge.
I don't remember yesterday.
Huge Now Contender Series. You didn't get signed, and you told me that day you were done with MMA. You fought 17 times since then. Not that it's going to happen anytime soon. What does the perfect retirement look like for you when that day finally comes?
What you just asked is the scariest question you can ask a professional fighter, especially a professional fighter that's in his mid-30s, like, or technically like mid to late 30s now. I don't know, man. I don't know what that day looks like. I have been doing this professionally for like 13 years now, 14 years. I kind of put all my eggs in one basket, man. I closed off a lot of other avenues when I was younger to pursue this. Like, this is what I'm sorry, my phone is going off. This is annoying. This is what I chose to do, man. Ever since I was a 12-year-old kid, this is all I've ever wanted to do was fight people. I thought it'd be more like Street Fighter and Tekken and like cool shit and lasers and whatnot, but it's not a thing. But all I've ever wanted to do was fight. And after Contenders, I was so heartbroken because, like, not only just want to fight, but, like, I think the first UFC I ever watched was my dad had a VHS of Tito and, was it Tito and Vitor? I think it was Tito and Vitor. It was the UFC in the Bayou, whatever the hell that one was. Maybe it was Vitor and Vandalay, I don't know. But ever since then, I was like, I'm gonna be in the UFC. Like, I want to be in the UFC. I want to be in the UFC. And I was I was like 31, 32 in Contenders, whatever. And I was already getting up there. I already had been passed over a bunch for the opportunity to fight in the UFC. I felt like I was ready. And getting that door closed in my face broke me, man. I was like, I've given my entire life for this. All I wanted to do was be in the big show. And not just be there. I wanted to see how far I can go. So having that door closed in your face hurts, man. When your entire identity is Chris the Fighter, what do you do when you're denied, your chance to be, on the biggest platform on the world, on the big stage? So that hurt a lot, man. But hey, we kept at it. We kept fighting because I love fighting. I don't know what else I'm gonna do. I really didn't level up any other skills besides unarmed combat. I can't go be a botanist or whatever. Nah, man. All my points went in unarmed combat. So it's cool to be here. It's cool that worked. But as far as where's the end? I don't know, man. That's the scary part. When does Jim Miller think it's over? How old is he? 41? Yeah, freaking. Even in this division alone, what is his name? Other large black man, top 5. Cannonier. Thank you. Yeah, good work. Cannonier is what? 39, 40. Yeah, 40. Freaking. Even Pereira is 39 up there. He's 36. Yeah, a little over me. So, there's people older than me. I like to look at them when's enough is enough, man. I think everybody wants to be on top. Everybody, even more so than that, everybody wants to see how far they can go. So it's kind of hard to know, when's it over, when my body can't do it anymore.
I have one more much less scary question.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah,
that was dark.
Just about the main event. I assume you're picking Sean to win. I would hope so anyway. How do you break that down? How does he get it done?
Oh, man. This is going to be a circus. I want to use this. People use the term war. I prefer circus. There are certain fighters that have wars, and there are certain fighters that create circuses. Julian Erosa is another fighter. Julian doesn't have wars. I call those circuses because you're just what the hell's happening? Things start going. He starts doing weird stuff. He's a circus guy, and I think Dricus is a circus guy, man. I would never hold Dricus up as the pinnacle of kickboxing technique, as a technical kickboxer. But it's just weird. He's running at you. It's almost angry flailing. And it's feral almost, but it creates a circus. So that's the big unknown for me. People are oh, his cardio's better now. You're not going to tire Sean out. We'll have 3 people attack Sean. He's still not, he'll die before he lets somebody outwork him. So he's not going to outwork Sean. I don't see that anywhere. He's not going to hold Sean down. I've seen Sean essentially squat Ankalaev to get up. It's not worried about Dricus holding him down. I'm just curious about how messy this gets. Dricus is a messy guy. Sean tends to be messy in pockets, but he tends to be very clean. So it's completely different clash of style and mentality. I just don't know how it goes. If anything, I think Dricus is most dangerous his first round and a half, maybe 2 rounds. Even with the what's the last fight he had that looked really good? Whitaker. He looked better in the Whitaker fight, but like as a fighter, I'll say he slowed down the second round. Like I watched it slow down, but Whitaker slowed down more, never really got started. So his cardio did look better, but like I watched him slow down there in a fight that like he controlled the pace. And even at the pace he controlled, he kind of like couldn't maintain it the way he wanted. And you know, I cornered Sean when he fight Abus off of like 11 days notice, and like keep pushing the pace until we had to say, hey man, I went in the third round. I told him like slow down, like I need you to slow down. Like you won't say, I know you're not going to stop, but I need you to stop for me so we don't do this. So the first round and a half, I think Dricus is going to be really dangerous. It's going to be really scary. But the moment we hit past a 1.5 rounds, I think Sean's going to absolutely fucking dog walk him. Thank you, Canada.
Neil, I guess another welterweight prospect on the up and up, standing across from you. So I guess what is this just old hat for you now? Like, oh, who's the next undefeated young prospect you're gonna have me fight?
I mean, it's just kind of one of those things that is definitely not the plan to find myself in a position over and over and over again. It's definitely the goal is to like keep moving forward, keep advancing, keep doing your thing or whatever. But just so happens just the way the sport plays out. I mean, if you're ranked, lose a ranked fight, you fall back in the rankings, and you kind of have to get a win to get yourself back into a position to like, all right, now I can call out somebody ranked above me sort of thing to keep climbing, keep moving forward. But yeah, here we are again, fighting another undefeated up-and-comer in the UFC. There's nothing I'm not used to at this point. Definitely, I don't think I enjoy pressure. I definitely feel like I thrive in that kind of pressure, especially with this fight. There's a lot on the line. I mean, it's a main card fight. I'm here in Canada fighting a Canadian guy in his home turf, so to speak. So the bar is definitely set pretty high for me to go out there and get it done.
So going off of that, I feel like a lot of people would assume the pressure is on Mike, right? He's fighting in his backyard, and he wants to be the face of Canada. But you say this is also high pressure on your end. So why do you feel the pressure fighting Mike in his backyard?
Yeah, I mean, of course, at this point, like, if you're the guy fighting if you're an older guy fighting a young up-and-coming guy, then it's like, all right, cool, someone's kind of replacing your throne, so to speak. Like, I mean, like any other, I don't know what the right word would be. Any other ecosystem you look at. If there's a young challenger coming to challenge the vet, so to speak, that vet's position is kind of in question at that point. So the pressure definitely for me to go out there and make a statement and show like, nope, not going anywhere anytime soon.
And what do you make of Mike's skill set? Because obviously, like we said, like you fought in the Ian Gares, the Shafkats, like all of these guys coming up. And where do you think he ranks in all of these in terms of his skill set?
He's definitely up there. He's a very well-rounded fighter. I mean, you look at his, even though he only had 4 fights in UFC, he's currently undefeated, and he's been able to do it all throughout his career. He's the guy that has knockout power. He's the guy that has the ability to also grapple and finish the fights with grappling as well. So he definitely has a very wide variety of skill sets that he has, and he uses them well.
Last one for me. Obviously, a lot was made in the lead up to your last fight, but even the fallout, I feel like a lot of fans kind of are on your side now. Like they came to your defense. So, what's the last few months been like in terms of fan reception and response and everything?
Honestly, it's been great. I mean, throughout the course of my career, and especially over the last couple of months, I mean, it's just obvious I'm not a guy that has 3 million followers on Instagram, something crazy like that. But I always had a very loyal group of supporters that kind of stuck with me through thick and thin. And these last few months have shown nothing but that. I mean, yeah, August was a very difficult point for competition, but it was also difficult in my personal life as well. It was a very difficult place that I found myself, whatever. But getting those messages of encouragement and support and that kind of thing really meant the world to me. I did appreciate every last one of those guys. And that was quick.
Oh, hi, Neil. Right over here. To your right, right over here.
Oh, cool.
When you're sizing up an up-and-coming talent like Malott, do you factor in at all the quality of his previous preparation, like the guys that he's fought before, the 3 guys he fought before you particularly? Do you look at their resumes? Does that matter?
No, not at all. I mean, I found out very early on that I could be one of the business mistakes that I made. I mean, or that I could make. Sorry. I mean, for example, back in 2015, 2016, I was just kind of visiting my mom in Philadelphia at the time, and I was like, all right, I'm going to find a local gym to go train at. And I just happened to come across the gym that Sean Brady was training at back then. I was like, huh, you're not in UFC yet, are you? Like, no, I'm still fighting for this region promotion. I'm like, dude, you should definitely be in the UFC. Like, I have no doubt in mind you'll be there pretty quick. And watch what Sean Brady's been able to do over the last couple of years, being a top-ranked guy now, just main event fight coming up, whatever else may be. It just goes to show how talented people are in the sport. Even guys that are new to the UFC or not in the UFC yet, there's a lot of very talented people who are out there. So for me to look at Mike Malott's resume, so to speak, thus far in the UFC and think oh, he hasn't fought anyone I fought yet. It should be a cakewalk for me. That'll be one of the biggest mistakes I can make. I know for a fact there are some guys out there that are just absolute killers when it comes to mixed martial arts, and I feel like Mike is one of those guys. He's definitely a tough competitor, and I can't make the mistake and think oh yeah, I fought the best of the best. Mike should be no problem for me. I know for a fact he's a tough upcoming dude looking to bring to the rankings, so I know he's going to bring out the best fighter in me.
I hope the city's been treating you well because you are facing sort of the highest, I guess, ranked Canadian on this card. Has it been refreshing this fight week, especially compared to all the shenanigans from last time?
Oh man, this is great. It's been amazing. I mean, weight slow, been avoiding the cold. It's been a great fight week. I mean, like I said, there's been a lot going on in these past few months. But even with my partner and I, we're able to actually focus on the future between what's best for our family kind of thing, and it's been great. I have zero complaints about going to this fight week compared to the shenanigans I had to deal with back in August.
Yeah, Neil, just real quick, just talking about those shenanigans. You've been doing this for a long time. You've experienced pretty much everything you can in this game. Has there ever been something comparable to that kind of leaking over into your personal life, beyond the fight? Because I know fighting to a degree is personal always, but that kind of went to a different level for you. Have you ever experienced anything even remotely close to that?
Yeah, I mean, that definitely was something I never experienced throughout the course of my career, and I thought I experienced everything you could possibly imagine at this point when it comes to certain obstacles you will have in your way. I mean, I literally had to fly out the week that my first son was born to go to a fight. I literally had to miss my son's birthday for a fight. I mean, I literally had to endure the loss of my grandmother for a fight, the loss of my brother for a fight. I literally had to go through all these different lists of emotions over the course of my UFC career for the last 12 years now, and all these different things that came up, and I just had to just find a way to deal with it and find a way to make it through or whatever. But this past one was really, really difficult, not because what it did in the fight itself, but what those comments meant for me outside of the cage, so to speak. It wasn't just a matter of all right, you win the fight, you lose the fight. It was actually my ability to actually be the father I want to be the parent I want to be is actually at stake now based off of what someone perceived I was saying or whatever, and how they chose to spin it in the media. I mean, that was just a very difficult place that I found myself, and I'm very fortunate that we were able to move past that and put it behind us. Put it behind us now and be the point we're in now. But that was definitely one of the lowest things I've ever seen an opponent do ever.
Glad it's better now. And just last thing, you're kind of among this group now, like, you know, Jim Miller, Andre Arlovski, like, you know, ones who have just high up there on the records for fights, wins, all that stuff. Do you have like a big kind of milestone you want to like cross off the list before you're done with this? You know, for Jim Miller, it was UFC 300 for so long.
Sure.
For Arlovski, I think it's just fight forever. What's your thing?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's all about the competition. I mean, I'm so competitive right now. I just want to keep competing. Like I'm the kind of guy that if I'm driving down I-25 and way to train, I see my training partners on the highway with me. At that point, it's a race. Who's to get to the gym first? Like, even though he may not be competing to get to the gym quick, I'm like, oh no, he's right there. I gotta beat him to the gym. Like, I'm just that much of a competitor or whatever. I think for me, like once I start slowing down as far as like not being competitive to my peers or whatever, that's when I'll start looking like, all right, maybe what's next kind of thing. When I look at my career thus far and where I want to go with it, for me, the best way I can explain it is an expression that I heard Steve Harvey use, where it's like you aim for the moon in case you miss the end amongst the stars, so to speak. And that's what I feel my UFC career is now. Like, yeah, sure, I'm still aiming for that gold belt. I'm still aiming for that championship. And 5 years from now, if I retire and it never happened, I'll be content with all the accolades and accomplishments and records I set along the way. Neil, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but going back to those comments made before your last fight, you know, you mentioned there about the sacrifices you've had to make, including missing your son's birthday and stuff like that. It's such a personal thing to accuse someone of, right? During the time it was happening, did you think to yourself, wow, this guy's trying to get in my head, or he's a young kid who doesn't really understand what he's saying? Like, what were you taking from him when you were saying that stuff? Yeah, I mean, to lack of better words, it's just a very crappy feeling because, like, I'm not sure if you guys ever went through this, but like going through a separation or whatever, it's like it's a list of emotions that you go through trying to process it all. Like, oh man, what happens next? What about this? What about that? And you're thinking worst case scenarios and all this other stuff. So to have something like that be taken out of context and have it be thrown in your face when it comes to ex-partners and like attorneys and all the nonsense, like it's just a very uneasy feeling of uncertainty. Like, you know what I mean? Like I've fought through injuries, I fought back from losses, I had everything that comes to like my actual UFC career and professional career or whatever. But when it comes to like my actual life, when it comes to me actually being the father and being my kids and that kind of thing, when that starts to be questioned or put in jeopardy based off of how things are being perceived, how things are being edited or whatever else it may be, then it becomes that much more difficult to manage that. I'm not sure how that's going to turn out. Like, I know I can bounce back from a loss. How do I bounce back from like less time my kids or my kids getting taken away in general kind of thing? So to me, that was just like the worst possible feeling I can possibly have, where it's like, what does this mean? Like, where's this going to go? Like, it was just a lot of uncertainty going with there. But like I said, I'm fortunate that we were able to put that behind us and be in a better place now. I'm glad to hear that. He then obviously had his own moment with comments and stuff being taken and turned around. I sort of think I know the kind of guy you are. I don't think you got much joy from that, but do you think maybe that's an educational moment for someone that, like, hey, you don't take comments and they can be twisted and maybe we don't do that in future? Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you just don't want to reinvent the wheel. Like, even my training partners and my teammates, like, everyone, like, I have a very unique approach to, like, coaching or giving advice to some of my teammates, some people who ask me, hey, what do you think about this? I've done damn near everything you think of when it comes to the sport, that kind of thing. So when it comes to giving advice and that kind of thing, I try to teach from the mistakes that I made along the way. Like, any coach can like review a move or technique or whatever else it is and like kind of give you the right way to do it, but having that experience of actually going through and doing it the quote unquote wrong way or incorrectly, whatever, and seeing what that seeing the long-term effects that may have for you, there's nothing better than that teachable moment. And if I can share a teachable moment with anybody else, whether it's a guy getting Gary or a teammate, I'm more willing to do that kind of thing. So watching Ian Gary go through what he was going through, I was getting so much like so many people reaching out saying, hey, look at this. He's getting his turn now. I'm just like, I don't enjoy this. Like, what joy am I going to take from someone going through something that personal or whatever? I know what that meant to me a couple months ago. So if I were to be the kind of guy that turned around and said, like, oh, ha, look at you go through this now, like, I'd be the biggest turd out there. So it was very difficult for me to, like, kind of, like, get those messages along that way. It was like, hey, look what's happening with Ian Gary right now. It's kind of like, hey, you know what? I don't care about that nonsense. It has nothing to do with the actual fight game, whatever. I tend not to. I don't want to focusing my attention on it or give it any attention that it doesn't deserve kind of thing. I hope he's able to figure it out. Hope he's able to be there for his kid and move forward past it or whatever. And wish the guy the best. I mean, at the end of the day, for me, it's competition, and he got the best of me on competition night. And other than that, I have no desire to see him go through any differences whatsoever. Only thing I look forward to is like potentially getting a rematch with him. But as far as him like going through any kind of negative stuff with his family, things like that, I can care less about it. I actually wish the guy the best so we can pull through it.
And Neil, I know you like being the underdog. I don't know if you've taken a look at the odds, but you're a pretty big underdog in this fight. Does that surprise you just based off who you fought in your career compared to who Mike's fought?
I mean, not see my last fight. It was pretty bad. Like, I mean, but yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that it is what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, like those odds I can care less about them. I mean, I remember having a conversation with my training partners, Austin Hubbard, a while back, where there was some stat that some company had put out where it's like, oh wow, Neil has won like 9 out of 10 fights that he was an underdog in or whatever. And I was like, kind of like, oh yeah, I did do that, didn't I? I won every fight I was supposed to win. And without missing a beat, Austin turns and says like, yeah, but you lost every fight you were supposed to win too. And I was just like, damn, dude, that sucks, but you're right. There are fights where I was favored and I lost. There are fights that I was underdog and I won. But, like, those odds, they don't mean a thing to me. At this point, I know what I've been through over the last couple months as far as, like, training goes, no amount of preparation I put to this fight. So there's no doubt I'll be successful Saturday night.
Speaking of your team, it seemed like a lot of the fighters showed up during the holidays. I know you have a teammate of yours actually fighting on the unified card on Friday night. What did that mean to you, just that people were, there for you when maybe they might have wanted to take some time off during the holidays?
Man, it was great. I definitely appreciate those guys. I mean, literally, like Christmas fell on a Monday this year, and I was like, all right, Monday is, I get it's actual Monday on the calendar, but it's a wrestling day. I need guys to wrestle with. So being able to get guys to wake up on Christmas morning and say, hey, I'll be there to wrestle with you, whatever, and give what you need, I definitely appreciate those guys showing up for me. And in return, I'll do the same for them. I mean, there's literally been practices where it's like, all right, well, I'm on daddy duty right now. And it's like, all right, well, I'll rock my son to sleep. I'll be in practice with you, and then we'll pick up from there kind of thing. And it's just cool to have a group of people around you that kind of just supports your goals and visions and dreams and kind of thing, and just kind of push you every day.
I know you said you didn't like it when people were kind of rubbing it in about everything that Ian Gary was going in, but a lot of fighters I saw defend you while all this was happening, even before the stuff with Gary came out. What did that mean to you to just see a lot of fighters come to your support and say, hey, Neil's not a bad guy. What's he talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely great to have that kind of support with the media, with my peers and that kind of thing, just the kind of like, hey man, you'll be okay kind of thing. This will kind of settle here sooner or later. It was definitely cool to have that kind of support. But at the end of it, like this training camp, this last few months, I literally had some people like literally just kind of show up and just make the best of it. I mean, even my last week of training, I had a nanny quit on Monday on the way to the gym. She's like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm gonna tell you I quit. And I was like, I have to go train kind of thing. And the coach was like, hey, bring kids with you. We got it. We'll take care of it. And my coach is literally rocking my son while I'm getting my training done or whatever. It's like, man, just the way that my quote-unquote village came together for this training camp and life in general, I'm just truly grateful for it.
And just last one for me, any plans to go back to Philly and train with Sean Brady and his team anytime soon?
Oh, 100%. That is a necessity. I mean, to have that kind of a competitor, to have that kind of push, to have that kind of a drive on a daily basis, it's almost needed at this point. Go. Done. Go. Thank you, guys.
Hi, sorry, right over here to your right. Good news is you're in the UFC. Bad news is you're fighting the guy that you just beat to get into the UFC. I know it was controversial, but how weird is this, having to fight this guy again?
Honestly, man, it's not that weird. In my professional career, I've had 2 rematches. I've had 2 rematches in my professional career, and I did it twice, and I finished those guys the second time around quicker than the first time. So honestly, it's nothing new for me, and I made the adjustments. I'm just going to do this in a cleaner fashion this time.
It only took you half a round to less than half a round to beat Ramon the first time. So do you still think you can kind of continue that rematch streak of finishing it faster than the first fight?
I'll try my best for sure.
And the last thing I wanted to ask was, I read that you became interested in combat sports after watching the movie Never Back Down. Any other movies, TV shows, media that kind of has influenced you since then?
Honestly, man, it was always the cheesy movies, but I was young. It was like Never Back Down. If you guys remember Warrior, that was another one, sick movie, right? And then, like, yeah, those 2 for sure.
Right here, just a quick one for me. I saw an interview you did with one of our guys, actually. You've always wanted to be a performer, and you said you wish you could have been a singer when you grew up. I'm not going to ask you to sing, don't worry. But what would you have sung? Like, what style would you be?
Oh, man, anything. I have a horrible voice, though, but it was just, like, the whole idea of, like, I just want to be in front of a crowd, man, you know, and just like I remember like going to my high school talent show and seeing people kill it on the stage, and I was like, oh man, I wish I had that skill, but I found fighting instead, and now I get to do it in front of a crazy crowd.
I guess one other quick one, just this being at home in Toronto, this is as close to a hometown show as you're really going to get, right? Is this kind of the equivalent of dreaming of, being in a hockey game when you're kids as Canadians, like I'm going to play at Maple Leaf Gardens or the ACC?
Yeah, man, like I was here when Max Holloway fought Brian Ortega, and I was in the crowd, and I remember feeling that energy, and it was like, dude, this is going to happen for me. And I'm just grateful it's my first UFC fight, and I get this opportunity so quickly.
Thank you.
Back here. Yeah, so in the past 5 years, you went from starting your pro career at Burling Training Center Fight Promotions to now making your debut on a UFC pay-per-view. So I just wanted to ask, how does it feel for all your hard work to culminate in this moment?
Yeah, man, it feels amazing. I always knew that I was going to get this opportunity. Just had to put in the hard work, get 1% better every single day, and I knew that if I just stayed the course, this opportunity would come.
Thank you.
As someone that's like to have been like a big performer, is this a perfect scenario for you? UFC debut, your hometown, Scotiabank?
100%, man. You know, some people might say it's pressure, but I live for this pressure. I live for the fact that I get to perform in front of people, in front of my loved ones. You know, I've fought so many fights where I was in enemy territory fighting with, the hometown disadvantage. But this time I'm going to use that energy of the crowd, man. I'm going to fuel it for this fight.
We're going for you in the front, right here. Obviously, as a young fighter, I'm sure you looked up to a lot of these veterans, and you saw how they got to the top of the mountain. So I'm curious, what type of fighter do you want to be, even like doing media stuff to get to that top? Because you see guys like Connor who will say all this stuff, and then that draws people in. But then you see guys that just head down, keep fighting, and then like Max Holloway just rack up wins, and then they still get to that same position. So I'm curious, how do you view your career moving forward? What type of fighter do you want to be?
Yeah, man, to be honest, I like the Max Holloway approach. I really do. I want to be real. I don't want to fake anything. I don't want it to feel phony. I'm just going to be myself. I'm going to make my performances speak for themselves. And, I think I'll just be myself, man.
Have you had people come up to you and say, like, oh, you got it, you have to talk trash, you have to get better on the mic, and they try to convince you, like, this is the route that you should take, and you just ignore that? Or do you keep your circle close and they know who you are and they're not going to try to change you?
Yeah, man, I keep my circle small. People have definitely told me that before, and but like I'm just gonna be real to me, man. Again, people can tell when that stuff is fake, man. It's a vibe thing, right? So if I'm just myself, I think all the good things are gonna happen.
Hey, guys.
That's good. Okay. Brad, good to see you back in the UFC. This is in Toronto. Obviously, I know when you fought in Vancouver last time, didn't go your way. Are you happy that you get to re-enter the UFC and get to do it in Canada and get back on the winning track as far as your UFC record?
You know, if we're talking about going full circle, the first time I did the Ultimate Fighter, my first fight was UFC Toronto. It was UFC 231. And now this time I just came from the finale again, and my first fight's in UFC Toronto. So completely full circle and looking at, replicating history and making it full circle and getting the W again.
How much confidence do you have after that last fight with Cody Gibson? I think going in, a lot of people weren't sure how the fight would look. I know you've been labeled as boring and all this stuff, but that was one of the fights of the year. Just how much are you sort of riding off that into this matchup?
Yeah, that fight was an experience. I'd say it worked out as well as you could, with the, call it hype of one, the card, and then two, me, potentially capturing, the tough title twice. It's good to cap it off with a performance like that. That's not always up to you, but Cody put on a hard pace, and I kept it up. And, you learn a lot about yourself in fights like that. But I'd say, it confirms stuff I already knew about myself. I've been through the ringer to get back here, and so, why not make it in the fight too?
How did you structure camp? I don't know if you went home for the holidays or not back to Winnipeg, but did you how did things work out as far as your camp going into this fight?
Well, camp was great, but no, I did not make it home to Winnipeg for the holidays, which is fine. I get to celebrate, after this fight, so that's the plan. Go home, celebrate Christmas, and just soak up some family time, recharge the batteries. But camp was great. We had tons of notice. This is the best version of me there's ever been. I'm healthy. There's a smile on my face. This is the easiest fight week because it's full of excitement being home again.
Who did you get to work with at SPG Ireland? Who are some of the main guys helping you get ready for this one?
It's the normal stable of guys. There's obviously John Kavanagh on the mats every day, giving me some expert coaching. But really, in the past, since I've departed from the UFC, I've been spending a lot of time with Dave Roach. I'd call him my striking coach. He's you can see it in my fights, the change, the evolution, and he's obsessed. He's as obsessed about it as I am, and so having another coach like that is just so it's irreplaceable. I can't put it into words. Just having the support of coaches like that through the hard times as well as now, hopefully, the good times.
And just last one for me: how familiar were you with Garrett Armfield before taking this fight?
I was quite familiar with Armfield before taking this fight. I saw, I remember watching his debut against David Onama on short notice, and it's every Sunday morning. We watch the fights with a coffee in the morning, kind of like morning cartoons, and there we were, my girlfriend and I actually kind of cheering for Armfield. Maybe I'm just a sucker for the underdog, but it was hearing about his goats and all that. You're like, oh, go get the W, go earn your contract, and now I'm fighting him, and that's fine too, I have a lot of respect for him, but, I'm me.
Back here. Yeah, I wanted to ask, your first time here after going 2-2, how did your stint in Brave CF help prepare for your return?
It was definitely the hard road. It was going over to Brave, fighting the killers that they had. They weren't doing me any favors. They gave me the hardest guys they could, time after time. Fighting in what I'd call kind of enemy territory, where the hometown guy, home team guy, both times I fought for the world title there. You definitely learn a lot about yourself, and them being here, surrounded by, Canadian fans, is energy, is a massive energy boost, and as opposed to some of the hostility, which it is what it is. I've been through it all now. That time in Brave definitely shaped me as the fighter I am today, and I don't know how many guys are that much better than the competition I fought over there, so I'm ready to continue that climb.
And I wanted to ask, what did winning a championship on enemy territory do for your confidence?
Again, it's just reminded me that it just confirms what I know about myself. I'm like a fine wine. I get better over time, and 5 rounds definitely suited me. I hope I don't need to go 5 rounds, but doing that twice, Meanwhile, you know, especially my last time there is the best performance I had up to that date. So I feel like my career is just accelerating.
Brad, in the front right here. Obviously, you've trained with Connor and the rest of SBG, and you spent a lot of time around Michael Chandler and the Ultimate Fighter and everything. Well, Connor said he wants that fight to happen at middleweight at 185 pounds. How do you think that fight will look between those two at 185?
Honestly, at 185 pounds, I don't think it will look much different than at welterweight, just with either them not cutting weight. I'm assuming we're comparing it to welterweight and not lightweight.
We also really haven't seen Michael Chandler at welterweight. He's always been a lightweight, so he's just skipping a weight class entirely to go to middleweight.
Yeah, you know, I imagine for Chandler it would be a much more comfortable cut to 170, but then if we do it at middleweight, they're just probably not dehydrating. So that's pretty much it, which might hold his chin up maybe a little bit more, but then same thing on Connor's end too. So I still think it ends the same as the Eddie Alvarez fight.
Brad, how would you say you're different at all from the last time you fought in Canada, which would have been about 4 years ago, like you said, the end of your first UFC run? Because I think people might see you, think you look the same, you sound the same, your fighting style is similar, but you must know there must be differences. How are you different in the second run?
I'm hardened. You know, I'm hardened. I say I approach fight week very similarly. Excitement. When you're in the UFC, I don't think it's difficult to be excited. It's so easy. It's just the energy, the staff, talking with you guys. This is everything I wanted, and I'm getting it. So there's that excitement, but just the road back was hard, and it tested me. You know, thinking back about a year ago, pretty much a year ago to the day, I was probably, you know, for the first time in my life, not really happy. You know, and now this is the happiest I've been. So fast forward a year later, look how much can change, and it's going to take a whole lot to change that.
Was it just not being in the UFC? Was that why you didn't feel like you were happy, or?
Yeah, it was certainly because I wasn't in the UFC, but it wasn't because I wasn't deserving to be in the UFC. I was on a full fight win streak, captured a world title, and defended it, and I felt like other people were getting the opportunity that I wasn't. I felt like let me fail. Like, let me go out there and fail. If I do, great, that's fine. But at least, you know, let me shoot my shot. And now I have it, so all the pressure's off.
Did you ever decide on whether you preferred Ultimate Fighter or Multimate Fighter?
I certainly have to go with Multimate Fighter.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right choice. And did winning the show a second time, did you feel that brought you like way more attention than the first time with all the McGregor-Chandler drama and all that, or was it comparable or less? I don't know if the show was bigger back then. How did you feel about it?
You know, I honestly both times it was huge. First time because it was such an acceleration in my career. It was from, you know, 6-0, no-name Canadian guy to the winner of the Ultimate Fighter, and then what's always funny is, I hit kind of a high, and then over the years, it was like a slow bleed of attention. I just noticed, like, all of a sudden, I'm not getting the interview requests. Everything's slightly changing. The followers are dropping. Like, it wasn't nice to watch, but then having, again, another acceleration, and now I'm more popular than ever, and it feels great, not because I need it, but it's just when someone cares about what you do, it means a lot. All good? Thanks, guys.